I mean, I think we're probably going to have a longer discussion with the inspector.
Yeah.
But perhaps just to highlight some of the comments we have.
Yeah.
For you at an earlier stage to have a ponder on. Actually, you've got them in front of you.
I have, yeah. So the condition 2, we can update that. We're fine with what you've said in your proof.
Going now.
Yeah, it's on YouTube, yeah.
Now it's up. This one should be on YouTube. Good morning. Why?
No, it's not.
So what This is the room.
Swing back. Is that something you can from here? Oh, that will only show the Zoomies. Yes.
No.
Mr. Chairman, it struck me. Did you want a copy of my statement yesterday? Would it
No,
help? at all?
that's fine. I've
You've
got
You've got enough.
I've got enough notes.
Yeah,
Thank
okay.
you anyway. Thank you.
With Melvin.
Call the appellants in? Would you like me to call the appellants in?
No, that's fine. Well, I'm sure they'll be in the next couple of minutes. I won't start till past. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Warner.
Hi, sorry I've had to join you remote this morning. I didn't feel 100% when I woke up, and just conscious of trying to respect everybody else's distances. So.
As long as you're well enough to participate.
Yeah, that's fine. So I thought hopefully it shouldn't make too much difference.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
We've got the appellants coming in now.
Brilliant, thank you.
Morning. Good morning, everybody. It's 9:30 and time to resume this inquiry. First of all, can everyone in the room see me and hear me? Yep, good, excellent. Can everyone on Zoom hear me and see me? I spoke to Mr. Warner a few minutes ago. Is Mr. Beglan there at all?
Sir, I am. Good morning. I can hear you clearly. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Beglan. Thank you very much. And I understand that the YouTube feed is live now as well. Is that correct? Thank you. Okay, so this is the second day of the inquiry. First, the usual reminders, mobile phones and computer notifications off or to silent, please. I understand there's no fire alarm test due today again, so if it does sound, the fire exit is just to the rear of me. Yesterday, the inquiry heard statements from most of the interested parties and heard the appellant's evidence on highway matters. Today, I shall hopefully hear a statement from Mr. Plant, then hear the appellant's planning evidence from Mr. Armstrong. There will then be a roundtable session on the planning obligation and conditions without prejudice. And we will then hear the appellant's closing statement. Before we progress, does anyone wish to speak today who had not already indicated that they wish to do so? Ms. Williams. You want, sorry?
Yes, please.
You want to speak again?
Just
Okay, that should be fine, yes. Yeah, that should be fine. We'll arrange that. And is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to speak? Oh, good. Right, yesterday I asked about the implications of the Environment Act. Did you have an opportunity to consider that at all?
Yes, I did have an opportunity. I haven't got absolute chapter and verse for you. So the only possible implication is you will see that Mr. Armstrong's evidence at GA13, he has done a biodiversity net gain assessment, or had one done.
Yep.
And he relies on the calculation of that, where the net gain is considerably more than 10%. That's a provision that's going to come in via the Environment Act, but there needs to be regulations for that fully to come in. But we, as it were, are ahead of the game on that, having done that calculation as if it was in when it's not. So I think that's the closest it comes to being relevant, that you can take comfort that the appellant has done the net gain as if the Act applied when it doesn't.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Grand. Mr. Beglin.
So I agree with all of that. The provisions relating to the biodiversity net gain aren't in force yet. As Mr. Grand indicates, there will need to be further regulations. The first set of regulations was, in fact, I think, laid yesterday to come into force today, but they're nothing to do with the provisions that are before you. They're simply to do with setting up the Office for Environmental Protection and some related provisions.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. Right, in reviewing my file yesterday, in respect of the planning obligation, I noted that I've got a SIL compliance statement from the County Council on two of the obligations, but I don't think I've got anything from East Suffolk Council. Mr. Wallner, are you there at all?
I am, sorry, yes. We can make sure we can get something over to you by the end of the inquiry, if you'd like, to make sure that's all covered.
Okay, we'll be probably moving to the obligation session.
Sure.
So we would need that fairly sharpish.
Leave that with me.
Even if you're able to just give me the policies that I need and
sure.
Take me through it during that session, that would be helpful.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. Any other procedural matters before we start? No. Okay, excellent. Do we have Mr. Plant here this morning? Good morning, Mr. Plant. Thank you for your assistance yesterday, confirming when you'd be available. That's appreciated.
Thanks from me for allowing me the chance to speak. I know it's a great form of plan, so yeah, very much appreciate
Okay, thank you. A couple of questions before we start, Mr. Plant. I see from your letter of objection that you are objecting to the proposal. Are you representing any group at all? Just yourself?
Not with signatures. I'm feeling the pressure.
Okay, yes, thank you. Okay, thank you. And do you have any qualifications that you want recording for my decision? No? Okay. Thank you. And once you've spoken to the inquiry, will you be happy to answer questions from the appellant's advocate, from myself? Yes, thank you very much. Okay, if you'd like to proceed, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is it okay to pose questions rather than just keep going? Is it okay to ask questions, particularly Mr. Red, or should I save all those to
if you're able to present your statement in the first instance, is Mr. Evans going to be available to answer any more questions this morning?
Yes, so I mean, maybe after Mr. Plant has given his evidence, we take a view as to whether it's necessary to call Mr. Evans.
Okay.
Can I decide after I've heard what Mr. Plant says?
Sure, that's fine. Okay, is that okay then, Mr. Plant, if you're able to read your statement first of all? Thank you.
Still green. I don't need it to go red.
I think green makes it work.
I'm experienced with this equipment already.
Right.
Okay, what I'll do, I'll read the questions out. I won't expect a response and then make a judgment. So to proceed to answer. Okay, so why are we here? In my view, this is because fundamentally dealing with second-rate application for what is undoubtedly a third-rate site. That's in the judgment of the council themselves, as you heard at length yesterday. The applicant and officers, at least for the council, with over years worth of concerted effort, could convince members of the planning committee, at least a majority of them, to approve the application. That's why we're here now. For me, this is really, really significant. Because it occurs to me with more and more exposure to the realities of the site, members of the committee who sway more towards the common sense views, if you like, of residents, who feel that this is probably the wrong level of development and certainly in the wrong location. Maybe the development shouldn't take place at all. We've had new members of the planning committee join who have subsequently taken an opposing view. And yeah, that's why we're here today, because the council is trying to reach a decision so far. I feel quite a lot of sympathy actually for the planning committee members. I think they've been given a very, very tough job. In some respects, in my view, they've been asked to ignore their own common sense judgment in favour of kind of a narrative, if you will. And thankfully, the majority have not submitted to this, despite what is under quite a lot of pressure to do so. So why am I here? I'm a resident. I'm husband and a father of two very young children. I live directly overlooking the site in question. I've lived in the village for 5-6 years now, which is not a long time in terms, but I've grown to absolutely love living there. It's almost, I would say, pretty much a perfect place to bring up children and start a family. It's my home. I'm very proud to be representing the village in this matter. The positive aspects of living in Grundisburgh are, almost limitless. And this has been especially highlighted to me over the last 2 years, quite troubling years, where my wife and I really counted our blessings that we locked down there and not taking that out. There are a few downsides to living in Grundisburgh, which are probably quite true of most areas. Lack of access to services is an obvious one, but we do get power cuts, we have water outages, and we do not have an Nando's. One thing that's particularly striking for Grundisburgh, where I live, are the conditions of the lanes. It's very simple. My gate opens directly onto a lane, and I regularly witness people driving past 40 miles an hour. So I'm 6 inches basically from death, and this is a real consideration for me and my family on a daily basis. The village, I would say, has outgrown its setting in quite a number of ways. Very little, I think, was done over the past 5 decades to really try and improve the infrastructure surrounding the village, because you will see there's been lots and lots of development. The village has grown from quite a small conservation area of 250, 300-year-old homes to being quite small now, which is great in so many ways, but it's come at somewhat of a cost. The reality for me and my family is that navigating these lanes in a vehicle and on foot is quite challenging at times. Sometimes it's a dream, don't get me wrong. It's not always bad, but sometimes it can be particularly difficult, and I would say it's quite dangerous already. We've had a number of quite serious accidents, and if you've seen some of the representations from the village, you've seen vehicles on their roof, you've seen buses jammed on corners and all sorts of other things. This is real, right? This is no spreadsheet can account for this. These are the real conditions there. There is such a small margin of error because of the highway's geometry down there. And as we all know, I do, you do, everybody does, we all make errors. More humans, more cars will mean more errors mean more risk, and simply this is very unacceptable to me. We learn to cope the best we can with what we've got. It's kind of our mess right now. The traffic volumes coming with this proposal, though, will undoubtedly worsen the situation. We see from when there are diversions and extra traffic is put down these lanes, we have real difficulties. And this isn't just fiction, this is a lived reality for me and other residents. There are some marginal improvements being offered by the applicant, which are welcome. The junctions are terrible now. They're going to be, in case of an approval, they'll be marginally less terrible, but they'll still be terrible. The roads are narrow, and you have real trouble getting past people at times. Yes, some widening along Park Road could be beneficial to motorists. I see that there was an actual disadvantage for pedestrians, because their time might be a bit more torrid. Because at least now motorists do take a bit of carrying attention, because they might find themselves nose to nose with another car. Freed from that encumbrance, I suspect there'll be more speeds, and that's certainly not something I want to welcome for pedestrians and cyclists. So, in looking at this application, I've looked at the overall proposition. I haven't just looked at the bad stuff and the good stuff. I have tried to be truly open-minded about all of this. I haven't just looked at the areas where mitigation can be offered, which it feels like the applicant, to a certain extent, highways have. And there are just a few small points particular to me which I just can't get over with this. How will this affect my children's walk to school? Very negatively. How will this affect my ability to drive out of the village efficiently and safely? Very negatively. And how will this proposal affect my ability to enjoy the countryside, which I do an awful lot of, particularly on foot? The answer again is very negatively. More houses, particularly affordable homes, this is the pragmatic part of me, could have a very positive impact on the village. Adding vibrancy and potentially even boosting the local economy. But putting too many homes in the wrong place with the wrong access could have a profoundly negative effect in my view. For example, if the design being offered make it easier and safer and quicker to drive to the nearest supermarket than walk down to the village centre. The village would lose trade, the roads end up clogged. This would create division with people where they're currently. And I can say there's an awful lot of unity and solidarity on the position of the roads at the moment. Realise this is all anecdotal, right? So it doesn't carry much weight. But I think, in the representations made yesterday, and with the many, many things that you have read in the objections to date, you'll see that there's lots of objective grounds for having a problem with development over common sense judgment. And I hope that can be seen for what it is. I think the community, with strong support of the parish council, have been able to, I think, demonstrate, if you look, that there are lots and lots of problems with this. For me, too many problems. The list is very, very long in terms of issues with this site, and that's why I refer to it as a third-rate site. The applicant has done a great job of putting lipstick on it, but it is a shocking site in my view. I will, if I may, focus on two particular areas, with a third, I suppose, more a lesser and personal point. Firstly, on highways, in particular, whether the roads around the development will be safe. The spoilers, I don't think they will. Secondly, about footpath 20, and the challenges associated with that as being what is presented as the only safe pedestrian route to the village. Lastly, I'd like to make a small point about the design, or in my view, rather lack of design of the site. So no questions at this point, just proceed.
If you could just pause there one moment. Do you think we could have this other window closed as well? I can hear Mr. Plant, but I am having to strain a little bit.
Yes, my apologies for all the walking around. It's just they were having problems hearing on Zoom.
Yeah, that's fine.
Close this one for a bit, and then we'll probably get too hot.
If I may, sorry, just ask Mr. Plant, if you can put the desk microphone slightly closer to you, that sometimes can make a difference.
Okay, I'll try and project a little more as well.
Thanks.
When anybody speaks on the other side, you just need to switch that off. On that would be fantastic. Thank you.
You've got a great trigger finger. Okay, so highways then, first point. Put simply, in my view, neither the applicant nor officers have been able to demonstrate that the development will offer safe access to the site for all users. There was some discussion yesterday, I understand, about the latest traffic data, which I think is very, very important. And I just wanted to highlight a particular point in that I think pretty much sums up the whole application. Mr. Evans yesterday, and I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, but it was about 4.5 hours into the stream yesterday, advised that to understand the future traffic flows in and out of the site and the directions they take, we should ignore the actual measured traffic flows that we have and use forecast methodology that are presented. And I have a real difficulty with that because it feels like, in other words, they're saying ignore the reality, just believe what we say, and it feels like a recurring theme of the application, and I think causes much doubt amongst members. As the Parish Council noted in their submission, that I think you have seen that they submitted in October related to the live application that's running in parallel. The logic was that it's impossible for there to be more vehicle movements along Lower Road and Park Road if their methodology around the famous 57-43% split is true. The only way that reality can be coherent with that methodology is if Park Road, the traffic volumes measured were unrepresentatively low. I think they've made that point. That more people in real cars use Lower Road to enter or leave the village than they do Park Road. That's the second possibility. And the third one, which isn't mentioned in the Parish Council response, is that potentially the people who live on the development, who will live on the development, will have different habits to the people in the rest of the village. And I just can't imagine that latter scenario being true. People do say us villagers can be odd, and we can be, but when we go to places, we do drive in the correct direction most of the time. So I would discount that entirely, and so we remain with the first two possibilities. To discount both of those possibilities outright, as Mr. Evans appeared to yesterday, cause a bit of a kind of a short circuit, because I'm looking at data that they've provided, and then an explanation doesn't correlate to that, and I'm a very analytical person. So I suppose this is the first of the questions I'd like Mr. Evans to consider asking, because it wasn't clear from the discussion yesterday that why weren't the actual traffic flows measured along Lower Road and Park Road used to examine the traffic distribution from the site. It was forecast before, we got the actual data. Why didn't we re-examine it based on the actuals? Why did we opt to stick with the forecast methodology? It's not clear to me why. Is it therefore possible that the forecast could be wrong and the actual recorded traffic volumes might be relevant? I think that could be true. And in the modelling, we refer to things like the census and another thing, but I'd like to really know the specific destinations that were used in that modelling, because I live there and I know which way I drive. In my view, it's a certainty that the majority of the traffic will use Lower Road to enter and exit the village. For me, that split is maybe even more than 60%, but that's just my personal circumstances. Maybe 80% of my journeys exit down Lower Road. Lower Road's the route to Felixstowe, East Ipswich, South Ipswich, Colchester, Chelmsford, London, and the whole of the south, and the rest of coastal Suffolk. It's also the way to the nearest supermarket, petrol station, garden centre, cinema, train station, retail park, DIY store, pet store, and even the fish and chip shop. Park Road takes you to a few small villages on the way into Ipswich, and northern and central Ipswich itself. Right. The only reason I go to Ipswich is for a haircut, and as you can see, I don't do that very often. All this, serious, in serious point, this is all very, very important, because Suffolk County Council's local highway authority, you'll know from the history of this application, were in objection to this site until April this year. Their reasoning was primarily that the impact of the development on the highways would be severe, unable to be mitigated by the applicant. They made particular reference to the sensitivity of Lower Road in those assessments prior to the application being posted. In response to those objections, the applicant did reduce the number of homes proposed to 70 from the original 80. But however, if our logic about the traffic distribution is correct, and I feel it is supported by the data provided by the applicant, then it's very easy to argue that an upwardly revised impact of 70 dwellings on Lower Road is actually, exceeds the original 80 dwellings, or the impact of 80 dwellings, and as such, highways, if they were disposed to, could revisit their grounds for objection. They could bring those back into play, if only, in my view, they'd not decided to become quite entrenched in the position that they've taken. However, the flip side is that if the traffic split suggested by the applicant is correct at 57-43 and not the 60-40, as the parish council have argued, then this must, by very, very simple logic, indicate that traffic volumes measured on Park Road can't be right, can't be indicative of the reality. Or we would have seen more cars on Park Road than Lower Road. And unless Mr. Evans can point to any doubts he has about the quality of the measurement that's taken place, I need some convincing as to why there are lower volumes on Park Road than Lower Road if his forecast methodology is correct. The parish council offered their formulations, for anybody that was interested. And I know Mr. Evans yesterday said he couldn't get to how they got to a 24% potential uplift in the Park Road volumes. I'm happy to explain those because I had some input into their creation. The 24% potential uplift is what would be required to uplift the traffic volumes on Park Road in order to meet the 57% split of traffic in and out of Chapel Road as it was measured. So it's fairly simple algebraic work that I can share those workings with anybody who's interested, but my math is sound. Why is this significant? It was discussed yesterday that potential uplift plus the additional volumes from the development site that have been forecast by the applicant would mean more than 1,000 vehicle movements per day along Park Road's full length. This breaches the upper limit for quiet lanes designation and also LTM 1/20 cycling guidance for safe rural cycling. And Mr. Evans yesterday talked about a point load in that no singular point of Park Road would actually see all 1,000 of those vehicle movements. Firstly, just let's argue that I don't think that's accurate because the junction at the site itself would see all 1,000 plus traffic movements. Okay, areas to either side wouldn't, but point loads is not how quiet lanes or the LTM 1/20 guidance is applied. Both documents use very simple movement totals as their standard, and the term point loads isn't mentioned anywhere in either text. And I think that's because walkers and cyclists don't stand still. They actually walk or cycle along the full length of that lane, and as such experience all the traffic flows on all the sections of that lane at some point or other. Splitting the traffic movements east to west from the site entrance, I believe, was a rather clever way of presenting the traffic data in such a way to minimise the effect of the development on the lane. When Mr. Evans said earlier that we should not use potentially, or yesterday rather, we should not use the measured traffic volumes to understand traffic distributions on the site. I'm really interested to understand why it's now okay to use those same volumes measurements to show conformance to the quiet lanes and LTM 1/20. So when we're looking at the traffic split, don't use our volumes, but when we're looking at conformance to quiet lanes, please do use our volumes. There's an incongruence there that I'm unhappy with. Do I believe that going from 999 traffic movements to 1,000 suddenly makes an area it's unsafe from being safe. No, but it is an objective measure that's there, and I think should be applied here as a very real possibility based on only the applicant's own data submission. In my view, the arguably incoherent data set currently being used by the applicant suggests that we could, on one hand, see a severe impact on the highways network as described by the local highway authority, but on the other hand, we could see the development breach designated vehicle movement limits, quiet lanes on primary cycle routes. It's worth reminding everyone that the applicant were in objection to Park Road being designated a quiet lane. So it's interesting that they now endorse it as a positive feature of the site. When you add these considerations to the other very long list of issues around highways and highways design, including the substandard visibility displays and main road junctions, the terrible design of Park Road after improvement, and the lack of footway anywhere other than along the site boundary, it's impossible to understand how anyone could objectively measure the development to be safe by current standards. Just remember, the Park Road is planned to have a 4.8 metre carriageway width, only just wide enough for 2 cars to pass. Direct access to dwellings, a number of people live down there, their gates like mine open straight onto the road. It's a shared surface, so it's planned and intended to be for cars, pedestrians and cyclists and equestrians altogether. It's the primary cycling route out of the site, as described yesterday. It's a secondary pedestrian route, because it's probably the route to the bus stop. It's going to potentially have vehicle movements in excess of 1,000 a day if you apply the methodology that we've put forward. It will have a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit when similar designs would have a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit. This is serious. And also, I think this was discussed yesterday, there is on-street parking because some of the homes do not have drives. So, in my view, looking at all the literature over the last couple of years, I judge this to be a terrible highway design. If it was a historic lane that we're dealing with in its form, then that would maybe be okay and understood. But it's being improved, it's earmarked for improvement. So the resulting Park Road is by design. And I would consider that if it's by design, it needs to adhere to some design standards. So I'm not sure which ones it does. I don't have, highways don't appear to have the appetite to argue this. I don't know why, I don't know the motivation. However, I do, because my children in particular are at risk from, as I see it, the development as it stands. There are some improvements I talked about earlier, but I don't believe these outweigh the overall impact of the proposals and ignores the basic fact that new development is going into a new location whose access I don't consider to be safe. This is against all planning policy and guidances. You will, of course, be aware. The standard to be applied for new developments is safe. Not safer, not improved, it's got to be safe. Different consideration for us who already live there, but the new development must be considered safe. Pedestrians should also take priority, but I'm not seeing that they've been considered along Park Road or Low Road at all yet. And one last point on highways. On the matter of trees along Park Road, I would encourage anyone to take a tape measure and assess whether a 4.8 metre wide carriageway with a stepped substrate, protruding another, I think according to Suffolk County Council guidance, needs to come another 450 millimetres further than the carriageway edge, can be achieved without interfering with the trees and hedges. You would have a different tape measure to me if you can see that. What's particularly important in this is that it's on a bank, so the substrate will extend out to where the bank is, and actually, any civil engineer will tell you that bank needs stabilising, and the only way to do that is lots and lots of concrete. The latest assessment was not, in fact, more detailed than the first, as argued yesterday, because it wasn't conducted by a civil engineer. It was conducted by an arboriculturist. Last year, maybe even the year before. Crikey, this has gone back some time. We've talked at length, so I'm not going to dwell on it too much longer, but there were civil engineers who commented that there might be a need to remove the trees, hedgerows, and stabilise that bank, not arboriculturists. So I would welcome the views of a civil engineer in this matter, because as the planning inspector during the local planning examination said, the setting of that park needs to be protected. And I think it's just being underestimated what that impact could be. And so on to my second matter, footpath 20. So I'm here representing, in particular, one elderly neighbour of mine who owns the first half of the footpath as it runs east to west. That land has been in her family's ownership since the 1930s, and I've seen the deeds. I've seen the old diagrams and the really quite ancient wording around that. And I validate that it is theirs. That footpath has always existed in the parcels of land that were fields before the construction of their house. I've also seen the plans when they built housing on some of their fields. I think in the 80s, Red Barn Peace was one of the sites of, I think there were a few houses built to the north on another part of that land. And they have maintained basically the footpath at their own time and expense for the last 90 odd years, throughout, because they retained ownership of that strip of land, if that makes sense. That wasn't allocated to the new houses. I understand from Councillor Willits, she knows the guys on Postman Crescent better than I do, but the same is true for them. They bought their properties starting in the 1960s, and the footpath sits on their plot. So yeah, it looks like a strip of unregistered land, but if you go back through the records, it's quite evident that the footpath runs along the line of the old southern boundary of the fields, that were handed over to build on. Today, neither my neighbour, who doesn't have a computer or any ability to see what's going on with this application, nor any of the landowners on footpath 20, I believe, have been consulted in any direct way regarding the footpath changes being proposed for this application. Whilst I acknowledge the County Council statutory powers to upgrade the surface of the path, I can say any suggestion of rerouting, realigning, widening, moving earth outside of the footpath dimensions, or particularly removal of trees, will be met with stiff resistance from those landowners, particularly if all it is proposed to do is enable the development, which they disagree with for the same reasons I do. I understand this is also going to be true for the Plainfield Committee, who I don't believe will accept a realignment of the path to cross their boundary on the eastern fringe in a different position to that which the legally defined footpath currently does. That's an anecdote from me. You need to get a comment from them. That comment I don't believe has been sought actively yet. The suggestion that the finished surface might have steps as high as 5 inches off the side of it is a particular concern to all those landowners. They're worried about people tripping and falling while they're walking across their land, as well as the lack of credible alternative cycling route, particularly for very young cyclists, which I think will encourage those young cyclists to use the path instead to get to school and the village centre. There's also concerns from those people about safety at night, as much of the path will not be overlooked or lit. I understand a good reason for the lighting or lack of lighting, but the lack of being overlooked, I think, is an issue. Several people have commented that to achieve the gradients that they think need to be achieved to support wheelchair, mobility scooter access, etc., at the western end of the footpath as it joins the car park will require extensive grounds outside of the public right-of-ways current dimensions. And that might be acceptable. I don't know. It's just not being talked about so far. So I think it does need to be considered. So I think in summary, on footpath 20, it's not simple. It's certainly not as simple as it's being portrayed. The rights of landowners, I believe, need a lot more consideration, and it will not be the simple matter described so far to actually get these changes into place. And it feels to me like so much is riding on this that much more consideration needs to be had around that footpath. We're almost being asked again to ignore a reality and accept what we're told. So lastly, it's a relatively minor point compared to the others in the grand scheme of things, but it's of particular importance to me. As you heard earlier, I live on Meeting Lane, which is, well, the very last house on Meeting Lane as it overlooks the site. My house is quite a squat 18th century cottage. I bang my head on some of the ceilings. It is very diminutive, let's say. And whilst it's not listed, it's been termed by the Village Historical Society, I think, as a non-designated heritage asset, in the eyes of the village, because it was used as a nursing home in the past. I'm yet to see any site levels which show how the properties proposed across from me will relate to my own, and they're the biggest houses on the development. We can see what the aesthetic looks like, and I've got no objection to those in principle. I just need to know how big the things are. It's assumed that officers, can look at this after approval, but that's not acceptable to me. I want to know if these things are going to be like skyscrapers compared to my house. So, you know, they are 4 or 5 bedroom houses across from me of a modern design standard with modern ceiling heights, and I suspect they're going to be quite a bit taller than mine. I'd just like to know, this requirement is on the council's local validation list, has not been submitted by the applicant or requested by East Suffolk Council as yet, and therefore I think the application is not necessarily in compliance with the council's own standards today. I'm not saying it's a showstopper, I'm just saying it's something I would like to have seen before we were in this situation. That concludes my comments.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to check something with you first of all. When you said that from your calculations, that the uplift in traffic would take above the 1,000 limit, what were your calculations? Not the specific calculations, but what was the outcome? What figure above 1,000 did you get to?
Not looking at any uplifts, so it was just the numbers as presented. It came to 1,005 total vehicle movements. That was a combination of through traffic, east to west, west to east, ignoring the site, and a combination of site traffic going from the east to the site and from the west to the site, and return. So basically three directions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ground,
Yeah, just
you conferring then?
literally one point. Do you have the technical note 2 that Mr. Evans has prepared?
Possibly pop the trigger. Not handy.
No. And when you just answered the inspector that you got to a figure of 1,005, which part of Park Road was it? Was it the bit between the site access and the Ipswich Road? Which point of Park Road do you say that there's going to be 1,005?
I think I articulated this. It's the sum total. So there are 3 pairings of vehicle movements that come to the 1,005. The first pairing of vehicle movements is the vehicle movements from east to west that go from Park Road, all the way to Low Road and ignore the site entrance, and the return leg. That is one pair. The second pairing of vehicle movements is proceeding from the west into the site and in reverse. So that is a second pair. And the third pair is from the site entrance to the east to Low Road and the return leg.
I'll try again. Let's look at a physical place. Okay, so if you imagine you're on Park Road and the junction with the Ipswich Road, okay, near there on Park Road. You with me?
I understand the line of questioning.
Absolutely. Perhaps you'd answer the question. At that place, coming up to the junction with the Ipswich Road, at that part of Park Road, the flows will never be 1,005.
If you stand still now. If you stand still in one place.
No,
I think I did discuss.
Hang on.
That a point load is not what's described in either of those standards.
On Park Road, so if you go 3 meters, so suppose you go 3 meters west of the junction with the new site, all the way up to the junction with the Ipswich Road, the flows will never be 1,005, will they?
Not on that stretch on the turn, no.
No. And if you go 3 meters to the east of the site access, will they, on Park Road, all the way up to Lower Road, the flows won't be anything like 1,005, will they?
If you stand still now. No, no, you will not.
No.
But at the point of the junction, you will see all of those 1,005 because there is crossover of traffic as cars turn right over an oncoming lane.
Yeah.
And pedestrians don't stand still; they walk along the length of the road.
Absolutely. So for all of those parts of Park Road, away from the you know, away from the junction where people pull in and out, the flows will be well below 1005, won't they?
At individual point locations, as Mr. Evans described yesterday.
No, yeah, for the whole of Park Road, apart from the access where people have to choose to go left or right. Apart from that tiny bit of Park Road where people are pulling out left or right, the whole of Park Road will have a flow of less than 1,000, won't it?
Point locations.
No, all of it, all of Park Road. You introduced point locations. The only place where one might be able to see 1,000 is where people actually pull out of the junction and decide to go right or left. But the whole of Park Road will have a flow, apart from that very bit, will have a flow of well less than 1,000, won't it?
Upon every road, where there are driveways, there are other turnings, you will have differentials along certain points. Metre to metre, you will have different movements. You've argued yourself that a point on that road will see 1,005 movements potentially. That's the point I'm making. There is a location on that road that will see 1,005 movements. And if you are a pedestrian walking the full length of Park Road, which you undoubtedly will, you will experience all the different traffic flows and all the different roads. You will not stand still in any particular site and go, I feel safe because there is only 750 vehicle movements past this specific metre of the road. That's not the reality. That's not the spirit of quiet lanes. That's not the spirit of LTN 1/20.
So I think I can deal with all the other points in closing submissions, and I don't think I need to recall Mr. Evans.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciated. Miss Willits, you said you wanted to have a quick statement.
Using a sporting word, I would like to say, I'd like to take this opportunity to not leave anything on the pitch. Since the statement of common ground was signed in November 2019, the community and parish council of Grundisburgh have been fighting alone the well-oiled and resourced machine of Hopkins Homes. The two identical planning applications were accepted by East Suffolk, even though they recognised the damaging effect it could have and the motives for Hopkins Homes submitting parallel applications, and the officers allowed it to continue. The parish was left to scrutinise the application. The officers of both East Suffolk and Suffolk County Council fell away. Our acting County Councillor, Richard Rout, because our previous county councillor has resigned, and because of COVID, we were just allocated a county councillor for the period until last May, when the elections took place. Richard wrote a letter of objection to the September application, and our county councillor, Elaine Bryce, elected last May, has asked many questions on our behalf, the ones we could not get answered directly. Our district councillors, Hedgley and Friat, have been extremely supportive to the community they serve, but the officers of both authorities have only eyes and ears for what seems to the community to be their partners, Hopkins Homes. We have been left to fight this inquiry alone, a group of objectors representing our community, the people who live and experience the narrow lanes we have been describing every day. A truly David and Goliath situation. We know that Suffolk County Council and East Suffolk and Hopkins Homes contrived to get Chapel Field included in the local plan at all costs. And since that time, that is the mantra we have heard from all officers concerned, It is included in the local plan, but the proposal remains, after over a year of revision, to plonk 70 dwellings on an agricultural field surrounded by narrow, historic country lanes that are more suited to the horse and cart than the large modern vehicles that try to use them.
Thank you, Ms. Phillips.
No, sir, I don't have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So are you wanting to?
I did want to ask something. Yeah, apologies. I had no realisation we were starting at 9:30 today. I thought it was a 10 o'clock start. So apologies for arriving late. I noticed yesterday there were some questions asked of Mr. Evans. I wasn't here. I had to move it up to 3 o'clock. So I was hoping we'd the opportunity to ask people questions about what the state of Mr. Evans is.
Mr. Ground?
So I don't propose to recall Mr. Evans to have questions. He was here and available to answer questions yesterday. People could come by remote links.
If you want to raise your questions to me, you're entitled to do that.
Okay. About 3 points.
Sorry, could you? I do apologise. Could you just remind me of your name again?
Yeah, it's Mr. Brooke.
Mr. Brooke.
Yeah. Yeah, if I may, just direct that. Thank you. So yesterday, I think Mr. Evans referenced NPPF clause D around the cost-effective route of mitigations required to highways under the NPPF. Lovely, thank you. So yesterday there was a reference to NPPF Part D, and it was around the cost-effective mitigation or mitigations that were cost-effective. I just wanted to ask the question whether that statement means that if something is not cost-effective, that it doesn't need to be mitigated. So if there's a reference of something that should be done as per the NPPF, giving priority access to pedestrians, if it's not cost-effective, does that clause then mean that you don't need to do it? My reading of it is that that is not the case. We had a discussion about quiet lanes as well. It was discussed extensively. The quiet lanes were referenced as that if it's a quiet lane, it means it is safe for pedestrians. I don't think that is the intention of quiet lanes. The intention of quiet lanes is to help make a route that pedestrians and horses and other recreational users come into conflict with vehicles, to help make it safer for them, so that vehicles are aware of it. It does not give priority to pedestrians, priority to other road users. Vehicles are still permitted to drive on that, and there is no protection for them. It's just a warning. It does not make the road safe for pedestrians, and nor does it provide a priority for pedestrians or for cyclists. And the last one. The last one really is, and I referenced this extensively, was around the planning inspectorate's reference to the lack of footways and Suffolk County Council's reference to the lack of footways on Chapel Road, and the main modification that was introduced as a result of that comment. I have not seen any response to that through all of the extensive questioning yesterday of Mr. Evans as to why there is no footway present on Park Road for the length of it. The reason why main modification 86 was introduced, because there was no footways on Chapel Road, and there were no footways, footways are required by Suffolk County Council. There's been no explanation for that, and I think given that that was the key modification made by the planning inspectorate, I would have liked to have seen Mr. Evans and the applicant explain why there is no footways required on Park Road and other roads.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Brooke. I understand your concerns on those points now, and I can take those into account.
Thank you.
Okay, come, yes, please. Please do.
It's Mr. Dow.
Sorry, your name again is?
Dow.
Mr.
Dow. So like Julian, I also had things to attend to yesterday afternoon, so unfortunately I couldn't be here to speak with Mr. Evans, but I just have one question. I mean, clearly Mr. Evans is a very capable, qualified and experienced person, and from all of our discussions, we appreciate that one of the pinch points along Lower Road is the double S bend. I mean, it's a physical barrier or physical constriction in the road. So with all of this traffic flow analysis in terms of the numbers, has there been an algorithm produced that shows when it is likely to be, when it is likely that the traffic flow will all converge around that point? Because that surely is part of a traffic flow analysis. It's not just about the numbers of cars, but it's where they're going to be at certain points of time of the day. So if we look at the busier times, which are going to be in the mornings and in the evenings, you've got traffic coming in from the bridge, you've got traffic potentially going out to get kids from school or whatever it might be from the new development. And if they're going to use Lower Road, they're going to converge at a certain point. So where is that convergence point? Because if it's at the double bend, as said by Mr. Rosen yesterday, everybody's going to have to start reversing back with 3 or 4 cars behind. So that's a piece of analysis that seems to be missing from the presentation. So what is the impact in that specific area? It's not about a point though. It's the algorithm that tells us at certain points of the day, the likelihood of cars meeting each other at that point in the road, which is a constriction that none of us can do anything about. That's my question, and that's missing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we move off interested parties and highways matters, is there anything else that anyone wants to say before we move to planning?
I'd just like to add to Chris Dyer's point. In terms of pinch point and the double S bend on Lower Road, it doesn't really matter. There's a motorway feeding to that point from both directions. At the end of the day, it's a single track pinch point. And Chris Dyer's just talking about cars, but what happens if you get a lorry, which we do get lorries and vans? You've seen it, the chaos, people trying to back with a lorry in front of them, 4 or 5 cars behind. So it doesn't matter. As I say, if there's a motorway leading to that point in the road from each direction, it's irrelevant. The pinch point is that double S bend. There's the house on either side, so it can't be changed. That's the critical point. It's the weak point in the chain. Thank you.
Okay, I've understood that point there. So thank you very much. Anything else to say, Mr. Ground, on the?
No, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, okay, in which case it is time to move on to the appellant's evidence on planning matters. Do we need to take a short adjournment to allow you to organise your papers, Mr. Armstrong, or are you happy to
I'm ready, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ground. Everyone's ready.
If people can hear me, I'll rely not on having the microphone, and Mr. Armstrong will have his nice and close to him, I'm sure. So you are Mr. Jeff Armstrong. You hold a Bachelor of Arts Honours degree in Town and Country Planning. You're a member of the RTPI, introducing by reference to page 1. You're a director of Armstrong Rig Planning of the Exchange Colworth Science Park, Bedford. You've 36 years of planning experience. During that time, you've worked for a number of local authorities, including the London Docklands Development Corporation and Runnymede Borough Council. as well as.
Sorry, could I have a microphone? I'm struggling to hear at the back.
Okay.
Thank you.
As well as DPP and Armstrong Rig Planning. You've dealt with a wide range of retail, leisure, business, commercial and residential projects in a variety of locations. You've appeared as an expert witness at numerous public inquiries. You're a director at Armstrong Rig Planning. And before that, you were executive director at DPP, responsible for residential matters within the company. In advising major residential clients, you've dealt with all forms of residential development. You visited the appeal site on numerous occasions. You're familiar with the locality, and you're aware that your professional duties to the inquiry provide your untrammeled professional view, irrespective of by whom you were instructed. You therefore confirm the evidence you provided towards this appeal and the opinions expressed are your true and professional opinions. Is all of that right? You've got a microphone.
Yes, that's all correct. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just want to pick up three very short issues with you to begin with. One issue that has arisen is the issue of the sustainability of the site and the application. What do you want to say about that issue?
Clearly, when we submitted the application, sir, and for your note, if you look at Appendix 8 of my evidence, you'll see a list there, sir, of the application submission on all those component parts. And listed at the bottom of that page, third from the bottom, is sustainability statement, which was submitted, and the recommended conditions, which we can discuss later, sir, but where there is a condition number 17 and 18, which is to ensure that the key component parts of that report are secured, i.e. the CO2 reduction and the electric vehicle charging points. So the suggestion that we've ignored sustainability provision is not the case. And clearly on top of this, there is the sustainable construction method, which is now required by building control as part of everyday housing development. And Hopkins take that very seriously and deliver that as part of their all development schemes which they bring forward.
Very well. And then the inspector understandably asked about the settlement hierarchy in issue number 2. And perhaps you would go to your appendix 14 to deal with this issue, where you set out the relevant extract from the local plan inspector's report.
Yes.
And at 163, no doubt the local authority dealing with the allocation and then the inspector reporting on the soundness of that, at 163 dealt with this issue. And what would you like to draw the inspector's attention to in that regard, about the effect and settlement hierarchy?
The inspector, when considering the allocation of Grundisburgh, again, just perhaps as background to that, there was clearly no issue from the inspector that Grundisburgh shouldn't take some housing growth going forward. So that there was never an in principle objection for growth in the village. The issue came about as to where the best place to put the site was to deliver that housing. In paragraph 163, the inspector notes that Grundisburgh is identified as a large village in the settlement hierarchy. He notes a scheme of around 70 dwellings has been appropriate, and concludes by saying, in principle, the scale of the proposed allocation is consistent with the position of Grundisburgh in the settlement hierarchy. So that is a nice conclusion as to set out the inspector's thinking that Grundisburgh was an appropriate position to secure the 70 number dwellings we are looking at today.
Very much. The other issue that was raised by some yesterday is the response to the police comments and designing out crime. And if we look at your proof of evidence, first of all, at page 22, you summarise the position, page 22. You summarise the response in the application to designing out crime, and on the right-hand column on page 22, perhaps you would just read the relevant part of that to the inspector. Or summarise it, whatever.
When the comments were received from the design out crime officer, we had discussions with the case officer, which is the normal process when you receive those comments. And through discussions with the case officer, we agreed on which were the important areas to deal with as part of making amendments. And we agreed those amendments and we submitted the revisions and were considered accordingly. In these situations, it's about receiving the right balance. Clearly, the police liaison officer or DOCO is coming from a position of complete and absolute security. The case officer and the local authority have to produce a scheme which ticks many boxes in terms of getting the balance right, in terms of an attractive area to live, but also a safe place to live. And as I say, the box at the end there on page 22, that what we did was we reached a balance between the competing needs for a good design versus the issues raised by the DOCO. And that was agreed with the case officer and is reflected in the committee report. So I'll give you the reference.
So that's either in Appendix 1 or Appendix 2.
Appendix 2, sir, and it's paragraph 7.100. The case officer acknowledges the changes which were made to the scheme to increase, for example, surveillance by putting new windows in, reducing the rear alleyways, etc., etc. So there was a series of changes which were made, and he acknowledges that we went far enough to actually address that particular concern as far as the local planning authority is concerned.
The other issue that some of the third parties raised yesterday was connected with the local plan allocation, and indeed you were part of the local plan examination. Is there anything you want to say about the local plan allocation from your knowledge?
Yes, just very briefly, there's been all sorts of suggestion of collusion and wrongdoings and working silently behind the scenes with the local authority. I can claim that did not happen in any shape or form. The relationship we had with the local authority was the normal one you would have through a local plan promotion, with a site which is being promoted by Hopkins Homes coming through the local plan. The council were always very professional. We sought to be as professional. We were aware of the concerns of the parish council, and they were aired and discussed in front of the inspector at the necessary sittings. I was present there. I heard what the parish had to say. The council put forward their case, and we explained our position. So there was absolutely nothing untoward which went on. I've been to many local plan inquiries, and it was standard fare. The statement of common ground, so which we produced, again, is very standard in these situations where the local plan inspector had raised some issues and he wanted those addressing, and a statement of common ground signed by the three key parties is the normal way to ensure the inspector's concerns are dealt with. And then the accusation of the plan at the back, sir, and that's actually on appendix 12 of my proof, so you're not necessarily needed to look at it, but there was some suggestion that a reference to the trees on Park Road were removed because, again, there was collusion between the parties. Is absolutely not correct. The InGen who produced the plan, without any request from ourselves or from the local planning authority, made a reference to potential impact on trees on Park Road, because they were aware of that particular issue. The local authority asked us to remove it because it was premature to put that note on that drawing at this particular stage. The plan was only there as an aid memoir to the actual statement of common ground. To get into that level of detail about trees, hedgerows, ecology, whatever it was considered premature, and it was removed on that particular basis. There was actually no hidden agenda going on at all in that particular area. We've obviously had to review all of the details in huge detail, which is before you today, sir, and has been before the local planning authority on 3 occasions, 3 committees, and all those matters have been considered and have been considered adequate and proper for the determination of this application.
Very well, Mr. Armstrong. Is there anything else you wanted to say in your examination in chief? I think we've covered the extra issues.
Thank you very much indeed. Of course, at this point, it would be normal for the council to come in with a few questions. This isn't.
Could I have a question on this one, please?
But I just one moment, Mr. Fried, Councillor Fried. This isn't an opportunity to cross-examine.
No.
But if there are any particular questions that you think might be useful for me in making a decision, then I'd be grateful to hear those. Councillor Fried.
Yes, I still really are very concerned about the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004, which was changed in April 2009 for very, very specific reasons. And this gave local authorities the power to reject an application if it was overlapping or twin tracked, because the process up until then has involved for the applicant to submit duplicate applications with the intention of forcing the planning authority into speeding up the application process in the light of the underlying threat of an appeal for non-determination by the duplicated application. The intention of twin tracking was to force the planning authority to approve one of the applications to avoid resources and costs involved in the appeal. Now, this is exactly what we're talking here, and I think the people who put this forward as a separate and completely determined overlapping application, I think they knew exactly what they're doing and why we're here. But the net effect, as far as I've noticed, very much so, is it put an incredible strain on certainly the officers here who were working on it. They were on targets that I don't know how on earth they met the targets, but also you must remember the parish council. And I know them very, very well. And I can assure you they have put in 24 hours a day trying just to make this deadline. And the deadline would never, ever have been this bad had East Suffolk refused this application. And they had every right to refuse it. So what we're talking about and going through now could have been avoided. I just wanted to know your comments on that.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. You're not going to hear my comments on that at this. You're not going to hear my comments on that at this point in time. But it will get addressed in the decision. But certainly, it'd be interesting to hear Mr. Armstrong's response.
Just to clarify, there was a suggestion yesterday that the applications were put in different names. They weren't. They were put in under the same name, the World Hopkins Homes application. That's what the first point to clarify. Second point, Councillor, clearly the council had every right then in those circumstances not to register the second application if their workload was such that they felt that they couldn't cope with the second application. Then they were perfectly entitled to do that. They didn't, and that was their decision. Had nothing to do with us. The approach of having duplicate applications is a standard approach which Hopkins take on all of their applications. That's just a decision they've made, and they stick to that. They don't want to go to appeal. They would rather get their consent at local level at every time. That's essentially why they focus on allocated sites. The intention of that is that actually gives some security that sites should come forward within good time. So the intention was never to go to appeal. We're sitting here very reluctantly. We certainly didn't want to put unnecessary pressure on planning officers or on the parish council. But as I say, the final decision as to whether the application was registered sat with your planning officers and not with us.
So really, what really was the reason for having the duplicate overlapping application? What, in your view, drove you into arranging that?
As I explained, it's a standard process.
No, it isn't. I'm terribly sorry, but it isn't a standard process. I've checked with loads and loads of authorities, and they would never ever allow this to happen like this, because the law under the 2009 Act specifically allowed them to do that. So it is not a general practice whatsoever. This is definitely a way of ensuring that the pressure is put on the planning authority to come up with a smart and quick decision. And it's caused an enormous amount of problems.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. I understand the point that you're making there. I don't think Mr. Armstrong can add anything further to that. No? Okay. Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Mr. Brooke?
That's right, yeah.
Would you be able to come to the speakers? Just by struggling on the Zoom. Thank you.
So I've got three questions for Mr. Armstrong, is it?
Yes.
Yeah. So originally, the planning inspectorate allocated in the local plan, it was for, I think, 70 dwellings. The very first step that Hopkins Homes, the applicant, made was for an application for 80 homes. What was the reason for that?
The allocation is actually for approximately 70.
Approximately 70.
So we had early discussions with the local authority. We were talking about a scheme of circa 80, and that level of increase we felt fell within the definition of the allocation. That's why we submitted 80.
And what was the local planning authority's response?
The local authority initially had no strong issue about the 80 number, but when the application came in and there were issues which started arising on highway grounds, etc., the advice from the planning authority was that we should consider reducing it to 70. So it was part of an iterative process we had with the council, which we ended up at 70 units.
You mentioned sustainability and that you attempted to reduce CO2 emissions. Can you explain how that has been done?
I think, Mr. Brooke, you need to turn your microphone off after you.
Sorry, the sustainability measures are set out in the report. I don't have it in front of me, but within that report there are various measures which we put forward, and the details of those measures will then be submitted as part of the condition discharge, and the council will then consider at that point how those measures are dealt with.
Okay. So my understanding, I've read through it, it said that you attempted to reduce emissions by installing efficient gas boilers. Gas boilers, when they burn gas, produce CO2. There are far better technologies available to reduce CO2 emissions, including local nitrous dioxide emissions that are emitted from gas boilers. They are technologies that have been proven over 30 to 50 years. It's very old technology that can be used to do that. Secondly, solar voltaics is another way to reduce CO2 emissions. Another option that has not been considered, it's not proposed. So for me, there's a few words around sustainability that basically say the words sustainability, reducing CO2. There's no real attempt to actually do best in class or even anywhere near best in class. It's using gas boiler technology that is on its way out, that should not be used and does not use renewable energy in any way, shape or form. So I don't see that any attempt has been made to reduce CO2 emissions other than typing the words. Last question.
Sorry, can I come back on that?
Yeah.
Because I mean, I mean, that's your opinion and you're entitled to that opinion. I would disagree with it. Clearly, the local planning authority are the ultimate arbiter on this particular matter. We will submit those details to them. If they feel that they fall short of their standards, we would look to revisit that again. But theoretically, you could look at anything and come up with a different solution. We have to deal with the practicalities of building and delivering houses. And the sustainability report which we produced has effectively been signed off by the local authority in that particular context.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, there's so many things that can be done for sustainability. Many house builders are able to build buildings which achieve almost passive house standards in a reasonably simple way. But you decided to continue building the same house that's been built for the last 20 years. They're not energy efficient. They have poor levels of air tightness. They have poor levels of insulation. Even amateur house builders within the village have been able to build better quality, better insulated houses at a reasonable price than Hopkins Homes do. Yet the Hopkins Homes still build very poor quality houses which are poorly energy efficient.
I can't respond to that, so that's your opinion.
Last question. You mentioned around Park Road and the removal of the statements around trees and that was going to come at a later point. It had to be pointed out to the ecological assessor who had already done an ecological survey on the site that Park Road was due to be widened. When that was brought to the assessor's attention, he was unaware of the fact that Park Road was going to be widened, and as a result of that, you had to recommission the ecological survey for the widening of Park Road. It fell to residents again, not to the local planning authority to find this gap, nor to the applicant to say, by the way, we're widening a road and we're removing some trees, please have a look at it. Residents again had to point out that an ecological assessment had not been done on part of the development where you are impacting the ecology in the area. Why was that?
It's very normal practice during the determination of an application for additional work to be done. And that can be ecology, it can be flood risk, it can be design. The whole point of the application process is for the local authority to consider comments which are coming from third parties. If they think those comments are relevant to the determination application, they would ask the applicant to make those changes or to investigate that work. And that's what happened in this particular instance. There was issues arose because of the concern over the impact on trees and hedgerows on Park Road, and the local authority asked us to look at that again in more detail, which we agreed to do. So there's nothing untoward or anything funny going on. It was just the standard process of us as applicants responding to issues from the local planning authority.
But you had stated that it was removed from the statement of common ground because it wasn't the right time. At what point were you going to determine it was the right time without pressure from residents to determine it was the right time?
Now, we looked at it initially as part of our submission, but then there was a considerable amount of comments which arose, as you know, and the case office considered that a more detailed consideration of the impact was necessary. So that's what we agreed to do. As Mr. Evans explained yesterday, it was on that basis that the local planning authority were content with our proposal.
Thank you, David.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brooke. Do we have any? Mr. Oaten.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
A question to Mr. Armstrong. Have you been an expert witness for Hopkins Homes before? Or is this your first time?
You need to turn off your microphone.
Sorry. You hear me now?
No, we can hear you, but you need to turn it off so Mr.
sorry.
Armstrong can answer and be heard up behind.
Like that?
The answer is yes, I have.
Yeah.
provide evidence for Hopkins before.
Can I ask you how many times?
Probably if you included local plan inquiries, informal hearings and public inquiries, probably sort of a dozen times.
Have you ever opposed anything Hopkins Homes have ever applied for?
Am I opposed?
As an expert witness, sorry, you're hearing me. As an expert witness, have you ever disagreed with anything that Hopkins Homes proposed in that time?
Not to my knowledge, but clearly I'm working on behalf of Hopkins to promote their particular sites. Sorry, can you hear me? Yeah, so I've never been in circumstances where I was against a Hopkins site.
Okay, thank you. I have a second question. Can you hear me? I have a second question on sustainability, which you said has effectively.
Sorry, Mr. Oaten, if it's
There's no
sustainability, it's going to be a
cross-examination,
different
it's just
question.
a point I wanted to
Is it
clarify.
going to be a different question to what we've heard? What I don't want to hear is any repeat questions. If I
No,
could just
sorry, I understand that.
Yeah. Keep it to new topics. Thank you.
Sorry. It relates to the statement made on sustainability and said that there's past muster on the carbon footprint. But Mr. Evans yesterday admitted that senior school children, i.e. not junior school kids, would have to be bused considerable distances with a considerable impact on the carbon footprint of this development, which isn't sustainable, doesn't meet sustainable criteria. It doesn't matter whether there's been cash put in to cover the cost of that. The third thing I wanted to say was just because it's a large village and may be suitable for development, it doesn't mean that planning rules should be ignored. The development could be placed anywhere. Development should be in appropriate places, large village, small village, or any other place. It doesn't matter that it's going to be suitable for it, still has to follow criteria. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else have any questions for Mr. Evans?
Just relates to my point about design and the point I made in my statement around, I suppose, the stature, not necessarily the aesthetic of the homes being proposed. Without the provision of site levels, and I think there is a quite significant drop along the side, without a consideration of site levels and how the size of the new properties relate to the very old ones, including my own. How do you feel you can evidence that you've considered the impact of the houses to the setting, particularly the historic houses like mine, which are somewhat squat?
Well, I can confirm that when the scheme did evolve, clearly Hopkins took a great note of the surrounding properties and how they related to them. That information was then included within the application, and obviously the case officer then reviewed our scheme, again in light of our submission and the comments from the local residents. So you've got a very professional and long-standing case officer who looked at the scheme, and he was comfortable about the relationships. But in terms of levels, and it's something we'll probably talk about this later on conditions, we're happy to accept a condition for levels to be submitted as part of the detailed design of the scheme, which would then allay any concerns you have about the sort of relationship between your house and the adjoining houses.
Sorry, apologies, I'm not familiar with these matters. Will that condition have assurances that rely on an objective measure, or will it be subjective according to the thoughts and feelings of the case officers involved? Just for my information.
Yeah. No, it will include all the levels. So there will be a condition to say levels, finished floor levels, to be submitted and approved by the local planning authority, so that they would fully explain how the levels work on the site itself, and then how they are judged against the surrounding area.
But in essence, it'd be too late for me to comment on those.
No, it's perfectly possible for you to comment on those. They'll be submitted as a discharge of condition. How the council promote that and consult on that, I don't know, but it is in the public domain.
Thank you, Mr. Plant. Anyone else? No, no one else in the room. Anyone else on Zoom to ask questions? Thank you. I will have some questions. Just bear with me a moment. Okay, bearing in mind what interested parties have said about the site allocation policy, what weight should I give to that policy?
I think you should give considerable weight, so significant weight, because we're looking at a relatively. Sorry, you should give significant weight to the development plan and in particular the allocation in the development plan. Clearly, that was our starting point and was a policy which we have sought to comply with throughout the entire process. So we've taken it as being the most important element, and I would suggest you need to as well.
There have been various references to previous planning applications at the site. Can you point me to where the evidence lists those previous applications? Is there a planning history available for me?
Don't believe there is actually any previous applications on the site.
Actually, there is. There is. Numerous ones. Sorry.
I'm not aware of any, sir. So
okay, I could find the reference for it.
If there is any applications, again, I'm not aware of any, but if there are any, obviously we're looking at a completely different scenario here with an allocation. Anything which came before that, whatever it may be, what issues arose from it, are matters now which the local planning authority and the highway authority have reviewed again. I mean, it's not uncommon for sites to have previous planning history which are potentially negative or raise concerns, and for them still to become allocations going forward. In fact, it's not very, in fact, it's quite common. I deal with many all the time. So the fact that there might have been a history, again, I'm sorry if I haven't been able to help you on that, but whatever history there was, or discussions which took place at local plan inquiries or any pre-applications discussion, there's a certain wiping away of all that with the allocation and then the requirements of that allocation to deal with going forward.
Okay, again, points that have been raised through interested parties. The ownership issues regarding access to footpath 20. What do you have to tell me about that?
So that's more Mr. Evans' bag, sir, but I take a simple view is that the county council have confirmed that it's a maintainable public right of way. They are content with our offer to upgrade and improve the footpath and maintain that footpath going forward. And there is a clause within the section 106 to regularise any connection points to our site, and if the path needs to be slightly amended or reordered to ensure that happens. So the county council are the key player in this particular area and have consistently maintained their position, despite obviously hearing a lot of local opposition and political opposition. The officers from the county have maintained this position over the last few months.
Thank you. And in respect of the issues that have been raised regarding lighting and overlooking of
again, so we are talking about an area which is already used as a footpath, so there is already activity associated with that area. The design has been designed in accordance with the County Council to ensure that not only is it a maintainable surface, but it's also a safe surface which all users will be able to use going forward. In terms of lighting, that's clearly a matter which can be discussed as part of the discharge of condition. Again, we'll come on to that in a minute, but there is a condition requiring such details to be submitted. And the type of condition, I think, I agree completely, is an important point. Perhaps more low-level lighting than high-level lighting, and perhaps reduced to certain areas or identified in certain areas to reduce any impact on residents.
I want to move on to biodiversity. This is something that's raised in the case management conference, which was to do with the Natural England response. Can you just, for the benefit of the inquiry, remind me of my statutory duties in respect of SPAs and Ramsars and so on, yes, and how the appellant has addressed those matters?
Well, we've addressed the impacts via a financial contribution. Sorry, we've addressed the issues via a means of a financial contribution. That financial contribution is secured by the Section 106 agreement. You are the appropriate authority to make that final decision, sir. That passes to you as part of this inquiry. And we say that this contribution does address those particular concerns in terms of any impact on the wider SPA area, which is a standard approach which the local authority take in such circumstances.
Okay, thank you. And the scheme that we are looking at today, and we'll get to the precise details of the specific plans later, but this is the scheme that has been considered by Natural England in their letter of 14th of April.
That's correct, sir. Yes.
And in respect of that letter from Natural England, dated 14th of April, they suggested a number of mitigation measures that should be incorporated. Have those all been incorporated into the scheme, or is there anything that would require me to notify Natural England different to?
To my knowledge, so they've all been incorporated, but perhaps if you'd allow me just to look at the letter and then come back to you just as a double check on that particular point. I'm pretty sure that we've dealt with all of those particular points.
So if it's of any assistance from the local authority's perspective, I'm happy to confirm the position in respect of appropriate assessment after Mr. Armstrong, if you like.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Okay, thank you. Other biodiversity measures, could you just run through for me what my other statutory duties are in respect to biodiversity at the site in terms of protected species, SPI or HPI, and this is with particular reference to just the party's suggestions that bat surveys should have been carried out. Can you just take me through the appellant's position on those matters?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The full suite of ecological surveys was undertaken and submitted as part of the application, and it was noted that there could be a particular tree loss, and as a consequence of that, it was recommended that before that tree was removed, a further survey took place as a double check, just to make sure that there was no bat roosts within the tree, i.e. since the survey had been completed and the tree was to be removed, bats hadn't moved in effectively and started roosting there. So that's standard procedure. If there is a bat roost there, then a licence from Natural England would have to be sought. And that obviously is a matter which we would liaise with and provide details to the local planning authority on going forward. So there's nothing, the suggestion that somehow there's something we've missed something and that we need to go back and double check it. It's not the case, sir. It was standard procedure that the assessment of the back roosts was confirmed with the local planning authority, other than for this one tree where we've got to go back and check before the tree is removed.
Thank you. This is perhaps a slightly unfair question, but see where you go with this. Biodiversity net gain assessment has been submitted, which is a metricated one. Are you able to take me through the methodology for that at all, as to how that's been carried out? Have you had any involvement in that, or is that just been something that ornithologists have?
I would love to take you through that, sir. But I'm not able to. I'm sort of grappling with it myself in terms of speaking to various. My understanding it is a toolkit where you enter in various numbers, if you like, various approaches to what you can do in terms of benefits which could be offered, and what comes out of that is a figure which is a sort of plus or a minus depending on the situation. So it's quite a high level tool, but it's very effective ultimately in confirming the full extent of biodiversity gain which a site can deliver.
Thank you. I wasn't really expecting that. Thank you for your assistance. And final question, I think. I will just double check. So, the revised framework that came out relatively recently provides renewed emphasis on design and beauty. How has the appellant applied that to this scheme?
Sorry. Yes, the revised guidelines were applied to the site. We were aware of the new sort of beautiful requirement, if you like, albeit it's been high quality design has been the NPPF right from the start. So the one thing which Hopkins pride themselves on is actually the quality of the product which they deliver, the actual design, the build form, the landscaping which is associated with that. The Hopkins schemes, which have been built around Suffolk and Norfolk for many years, are extremely popular. And if the purchasers are voting on the back of good design and quality buildings, then I think Hopkins are up there with the best of them, if not the best. So it's something which is certainly a key issue for Hopkins on all of their sites, to make sure they develop the scheme to the best standard and in the sort of format and design which they've made their reputation on.
Thank you. Just check my notes quickly. See if there's anything else. That was it for me. Thank you. Any questions in the examination? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
One question regarding quality.
We do have to do things in some order. Otherwise, we could just continue with the inquiry indefinitely. if you raise that question with me very quickly and briefly, that's okay.
Mr. Armstrong has spoken about the quality of Hopkins homes. Hopkins developed an estate in Grundisburgh recently, Holgate, and the fascia is actually falling off some of those houses, worth £750,000. And some of the flats have been constructed have severe problems with damp and mold. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Mr. Eaton.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Brooke?
It was just to provide you with the planning application reference that you'd asked for.
Oh, okay, that would be helpful. Thank you.
E8779 in 1964.
E
Echo 8779.
In 1964.
Sorry, so I've just sent Aideen to print out some copies for the room of that decision. I think it was the date I've got is 1954, but that'll be on the version that you'll receive shortly.
So we're talking either 1954 or 1964. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, it's 1964.
Okay, thank you. But nothing more recent than that.
There was, there was, as Willis said, there was some pre-planning advice made when an inquiry was made for building village hall and 20 properties on there, pre-planning, and was suggested that it was by the local planning authority that it was.
No, it was the county council.
Council.
Okay, thank you. Right, I think it's time to have a break. It's now 12 minutes past 11. We should come back at 11:30, and then we will at the planning obligation first, followed by conditions. After we've done that, we will then be moving to closing statements, but presumably you will need some time, Mr. Brooke.
Mr. Grant.
I apologise, to prepare for that, or are you close to that?
I'm very close to that. So it may be that I just need a little bit of time to print it out, and I think probably have it forward.
Thank you. Lovely, thank you. I just so everyone's aware of what's being submitted here, we have a self-compliance statement from the council, which is being circulated, and a copy of the 1964 decision. So we'll adjourn now and come back at 11:30. Thank you.
No, I don't think it's
Oh, you may have made that.
I'll go and let them know. The room is live.
Yeah.
Everything's been paid for. Just through. Okay, lovely. Thank you. Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed.
They claim they don't know anything about it, which is completely unbelievable. Sorry? Yeah, that happens all right.
Questions more.
Well, it's actually worse because the traffic, and that's the point I made numerous times. The traffic's bigger, more frequent, faster. The internet's taking people are doing deliveries, they can afford people want quick and fast, which means delivery trucks are moving faster.
And they had to take.
Once
they got what's the basis of it? Well, the actual common reads I had to try and I think times up one time and then that second leg no, that makes more. Do now, that's more. Do that. Because how people go to ensure that we regulators we will serve well, they would know. That's what we need for a while. We don't see that. Sometimes they all meet at the same time. I would say that's longer than that. I would say let's keep our fingers crossed. I mean, that's really critical. Because it hasn't been done at all. Anything. I might be wrong. It's for 4 weeks. He's described as this doesn't say he's always been. Well, surely yes, that's what I'm saying. What do you mean? And he does this all the time. So he sees actually we never get any results. None of us.
comes first. Because when you don't have to take it, so you think experts should go and take it. Oh, yes, yeah. And it is. If you write something, they'll put it in. But they won't, they won't send someone here and chase it all through. Not local press, they haven't got the money, they haven't got the job. And that's the truth. And this is you get that. Get no. Well, we've got another meeting on the 10th of December, which will quietly be in favour that the people will be sign him up to. That's what I see him every week. Anyway, let me. Yeah. Let me still on. No, it's not. Oh, yeah, that was nice. No, she said it. Well, it's too late now. So. Hanging tomorrow. I think because the chairman is doing fairly too close as he can. So, I was going to ask him this morning when I went up. He didn't really get me, which is, you know. You say what time you might finish? Oh. Honey, there will be nobody here.
No, well, I think that's with you.
No, you need to go. Because we're starting the process off.
Yeah,
When you were
I've
teaching.
explained.
Yes, I'm here. But he didn't say yesterday what time he's going to finish this afternoon. Then.
No.
Because originally when he first spoke, he said, and hopefully we'll finish. That's what that was the opening. That's what he's hoping for. And we said, well, we've got a major.
We wanted
Craig to say, yeah, which is the state board.
but it is also late.
He's going to try and go through to half one. The break.
Or even two.
He broke at 11 yesterday, so it's only a few minutes. Yeah. He'll break at a convenient time. That's, you know. Yeah. Good job the sorry, good job to the local council representing as well.
Oh.
Really nice. Sorry? Six, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, it's 11:30, time to resume. We'll just wait a couple of minutes for everyone else to come back into the room. Are we waiting for Mr. Armstrong?
Yeah, he's just on his way.
Okay, thank you.
So, did you mean?
Yeah, so the lady should be printing it.
And it's slightly fortuitous, as you said, just to fill in the time, is that work behind the scenes has been done on the 106 in order to resolve the last couple of minor issues. And hopefully you will have, or we'll all have, one of the ladies at the back is just printing some for the inquiry.
Oh, excellent.
So
Great.
you'll
The
hopefully have
final version.
a final version.
Okay.
Apologies. It's
Last of the work's very much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, I think we're all here, and it looks like everyone is here on Zoom as well. Warner, and is the appellant's solicitor?
Yes, we were expecting. Yeah, Naomi Santin to be on the Zoom. I haven't seen her on the Zoom.
I did see someone on there earlier, and I'm assuming it must be.
Maybe we can check. I know Mr. Jones seems to be right, be liaising with her.
Trying to do it, overtakes each
other. Yes. Can you hear us, Naomi Santin?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
Thanks. I think we can only see one of us at a time. So yeah, we might just need to turn cameras on and off individually when we're speaking.
But your mic is working brilliantly. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, okay, we'll just start this session, which is going to be on conditions of planning obligation. Planning obligation we'll deal with first. But just to say that the fact that we are dealing with planning obligation and conditions does not indicate that I've made up my mind on the proposal. It is just simply standard procedure that we have to have that discussion. Right, so moving on to the planning obligation. Mr. Grounds, understand that a final version is now, or will shortly be available.
It will shortly be available. I know Nali probably has it in front of her, but I mean, I don't know if you would like to deal with conditions before, in fact, so that the,
No, sorry.
Your colleague is printing the final.
Something's been printed.
It's not a it's not a final version. There's a couple of wording tweaks that still need to be amended.
Okay, thank you. I think we can probably still progress. I don't. Most of my questions are focused around the tests, which may not necessarily need us to see the exact version at this point in time, unless there's been any significant changes to it. we'll see how we go in the first instance before they arrive. My first question really for the council is, I take it that this latest version, Mr. Warner, is a version that has been agreed by the solicitors for the local council and for the county council as being legally sound as it stands at this point in time.
Yes, I can confirm that certainly from East Suffolk's perspective, our solicitor has been involved throughout, along with our SIL and Section 106 officers, checking the detail on this. Ms Sunken might be able to confirm slightly better on where it stands with the county council, but I believe that their solicitor is also equally checked through.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you very much. And what is the timetable likely to be for getting a final signed and certified?
I think from our perspective, hopefully we can conclude on the final details today, and then it's a matter of us being in the position to sign and seal, which could potentially be done by the end of the week.
Can I just ask something just to deal with that, the reality in terms of the signature is our end? Sorry, I haven't talked about it. Maybe that if we allow it slightly longer, that would be
sure.
Us not delivering what we promised.
Yes, I think we would need, it needs to be circulated, signed by the landowners. So I think we would need a couple of weeks to arrange signing.
So is 10 working days after the close of the inquiry sufficient?
Yes, I think that should be sufficient.
Thank you.
Latest draft 106.
Thank you very much. Just to confirm, that's the interested parties. That's the latest version of the planning obligation.
Pass one up and put it on the table here. If you want to look at it.
Thank you. Right, okay. Next, I just want to work through the tests for each of the obligations, and I'm going to ask Mr. Warner to assist me with that. Before I do, though, I do want to ask whether there is a blue pencil clause at all in this obligation.
Sorry, is that a question for myself, sir?
No, I'll be coming to you shortly, Mr. Warner, in terms of all of the tests. I just wanted to check whether there was a blue pencil clause before we move on to that, so I know I'll forget by the end of going through all the applications.
It's probably best to know
yes.
But 3.3 may be relevant.
Is it possible to know what a blue pencil clause is?
Yes, that's right. It's at 3.3.
Thank you, Ms. Sunken. And perhaps for the benefit of interested parties in the inquiry, you could explain what a blue pencil clause is.
3.3 confirms that if any of the provisions of the deed or the covenant set out in the schedule are found by the inspector not to comply with regulation 122, they shall be cancelled and of no effect, but that cancellation shall not affect the validity or enforceability of the remaining parts of the deed.
Is everyone clear on what that means? It basically means that if in my decision one part of the obligation I conclude that doesn't meet the tests, that can be struck out with the rest remaining. If I've summarised that correctly. Yes. Okay, thank you. Great then, so turning to the obligations themselves, the first one is in Schedule 2. And that's affordable housing. Mr. Warner, can you just run through how this meets the tests of necessity, fairness and crimes, and so on and so forth? Thank you.
Certainly. So in terms of the SIL compliance statement that we've, Regulation 122 compliance statement that we've submitted this morning, that just goes further to the content of the committee report, which supported our non-defence of the appeal and the content of the Section 106 agreement. In terms of affordable housing provision, we have the SCLP 5.10 policy requirement for 1 in 3 dwellings to be made as affordable housing. And that meets the test in terms of on-site provision is necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms. In order to meet that policy, is directly related to the development, and it's fairly related in scale and kind, as a requirement is 33% of affordable housing. So there's the appropriate mix of tenures catered for in the Section 106 agreement, along with the mix of bedroom sizes as influenced by our affordable housing enabling officer.
Thank you, Warner. Any comments from the appellant on that at all? Thank you. The next one popping up is open space. Now, first of all, I see that previously there had been a reference to the parish council in there, but that has now been removed to allow the council to transfer open space to an alternative organisation. Mr. Warner, could you explain this obligation, please? In terms of
yes. Certainly, I think in terms of the parish council element, there was a suggestion in one of the drafts that the open space could be made available to the parish council to take on responsibility for, with appropriate commuted sums, etc. Sorry, I lost me off the screen there. But we'd fed back in terms of the draft in the Section 106 to say that if that option was to be made available, then that's something that would need to be negotiated before presenting that at a later stage. So it's worded that, I don't know if it's my connection failing a bit at that end.
It is failing a little bit, Mr. Warner. Perhaps.
Should I turn my camera off?
That may be a good idea.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So it remains open as to whether this is something that could be transferred to the parish council or to be in the sort of more typical approach of transferred to a management company. But in terms of the Section 106, the requirement for the open space is in accordance with policy SCLP 8.2 of the local plan, where there's an expectation for all new residential development to contribute to the provision of open space and recreational facilities in order to benefit community health, well-being and green infrastructure. So the site's got fully designed in provision in that respect, and it's required in planning terms for the residents to have adequate access to green space. It's directly related to the development, and it's fairly and reasonably related in scale and kind as well. The open space element also has a relevance to the appropriate assessment consideration that you'll need to apply to this in terms of the recreational walking routes in and around the sites. And it's been assessed as suitable from that perspective as well, with connecting up to the wider countryside.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Mr. Armstrong?
Nothing to answer, thank you.
And Mr. Warner, you referred there to the requirements in terms of appropriate assessment. The next obligation, still in the same schedule, is the RAMS contribution. Could you run through that?
Yes, so in terms of East Suffolk and a number of other Suffolk authorities, we've got a considerable number of special protection areas and special areas of conservation along the Suffolk coastline and also inland in terms of the sandlings. These are all areas which have been recognised as being under recreational pressure, and as a fundamental requirement of the adoption of the local plan and its predecessor, there was an expectation on East Suffolk to ensure that an appropriate long-term mitigation strategy was put in place, and we've done that in partnership with Baber District Council, Mid Suffolk District Council and Ipswich Borough Council, and the strategy identifies a tariff-based funding mechanism in order for us to deliver long-term substantial mitigation in those areas to reduce the recreational effects. So we've now got a very established tariff which we generate per dwelling, which is set out in the Section 106 agreement. But importantly, for developments of over 50 homes, we also expect a direct site consideration as well, which includes recognising the opportunity for a 2.7 kilometre dog walking route of an appropriate quality and quantity in the area. That should include routes within the site, and positively the site does include a full perimeter route and open space provision, but also wider countryside connections as well. So those two measures secured both through conditions in the layout and through the Section 106 agreement are satisfactory to us to ensure that there be no likely significant effects on habitat sites.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. And when you referred earlier to the arrangements that have been put in place with neighbouring local authorities, is that referring to the technical reports that's identified in the definitions for recreational disturbance avoidance and mitigation strategy contribution? It refers to a technical report dated 23rd of May 2019. Presumably that's what sets out the mitigation.
Yes, I believe that's correct. So the actual document that we've got, which is the recreational disturbance avoidance mitigation strategy document as a whole, has been a primary evidence base of our local plan and that of the emerging local plans of other authorities as well. It's that which we make reference to, but we also do have a supplementary planning document which sets out further how we will secure these mitigations and deliver them.
Okay, thank you. The reason I ask that is I am not sure that I've got a copy of that SPD or technical report, and whether that might be made available.
Yes, certainly. I can. What we'll make sure of is that you've at least got the links to that. I wouldn't want to have to print out the whole document for today, but yeah, we'll make sure that's all covered.
Thank you very much. Mr. Armstrong, anything on rounds?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next schedule, Schedule 3, is the affordable housing table, which just sets out bed spaces, which was referred to earlier. Schedule 4 moves into County Council covenants. Now, I realise County Council aren't here, but presumably, Mr. Warner, you'll be able to assist me with these matters.
Yes, I'm happy to. They're all matters that we have a close interest in as well, so that's fine.
Absolutely, thank you. Now, within the section 106 here, the covenants with the County Council are listed as bus service contribution, secondary school transport, secondary education, and public right of way. Now, the SIL compliance statement from the County Council only discusses 2 of those. It only discusses the secondary school transport and the secondary education contributions. It seems to say bear with me, I'm just trying to find it, at paragraph 51 of their SIL compliance, that the public rights of way contribution is no longer required.
I'm not quite sure what date that county SIL compliance statement comes from, but that's, as far as I understand, is still very much a part of the County Council's request to ensure that there is that contribution in place. And I do recollect that there was conversation with the County Council after that was submitted, where they weren't fully informed on the rights of way position.
Okay, the SIL compliance statement I have from the County Council is dated 21st of September 21. So unless there has been a change from that, the difficulty that puts me in is that I only have the evidence before me on that particular.
If you bear with me for a moment, sir, I'm just going to check an email that I had after that was submitted.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Whilst Mr. Warner's looking at that, once the appellants conferred, perhaps you can give your view on that. Thanks.
Yeah, there was correspondence with the County Council after they submitted that. I've got on the 21st of the 9th, where they, to me, I think they'd missed that contribution off of their SIL compliance statement. So we might need to seek an amended one from them, considering the progress they've also been making with the Section 106 agreement. Ultimately, it came down to the fact that there had been discussion between ourselves and the County Council nearer the date of the planning committee report on this, to establish exactly how we make sure that the Grampian condition to secure the improvements to the public right of way can be enacted in its fullest form if there was any need for any realignment of the public right of way, because that realignment in itself would create administrative costs for the County Council. And it was agreed that it should be appropriate to recover those administrative costs through the Section 106 agreement, which is typically the £9,000 it's included in there. And that's documented within the committee report that was presented for the live application and the current appeal.
perhaps you can just take me to where that would be in the committee report, because that would post-date compliance statement, would it not?
Yes, one moment.
So the update sheet of September the 20th.
I'm just trying to find the correct report where it's included. I think it was the September committee. So bear with me a moment.
September update sheet. That's it. Cool, yeah.
Sorry for the delay there. It was the June committee report update sheet that covered that point. I can screen share that if that's easiest for reference.
Was that the June update you're referring to?
That's correct, yes.
I think that's in, it's easier, it's, maybe it's not, no, I thought it was in, Mr.
So is that showing on the screen at the moment?
It is, yes, thank you.
So is this point here in respect of the green access manager at the county council rights away team confirmed the following about the retention of the Section 106 contribution that had previously been discussed. Essentially, that would be needed there to undertake the works to the right of way if it needed to be realigned or slightly adjusted, utilising either Section 25 or Section 26 of the Highways Act. So in other circumstances where that's been necessary, obviously the County Council incurs an expense to undertake those works, whichever route it takes, and that's the financial ask to cover all legal costs in that eventuality.
Thank you, Mr. Walker, for finding that out.
And the other place more recently that Suffolk have confirmed that is in RE3, Mr. Evans's RE3. Which is dated the 12th of October. That's, I think, point 12.
So sorry, that's RE3. That's the email dated the 10th. Sorry, the 12th of 10th.
Exactly. And then if one goes through to paragraph 12, it says Suffolk County Council accept the response from Canons. The SEC has requested 9,000, which was agreed by the parties without flexibility to amend the unvetted if that would become the advantageous detailed design. But they've set out effectively their latest position at the legal section, the lead of that.
Yep, excellent.
And then in 13 as well, they deal with the updated still compliance point, and they then set out that they effectively want to amend their still compliance statement to cover the bus service contribution of £100,000, secondary school contribution of £99,000, secondary school transport of £300 and the monitoring fee.
Right. Excellent. Good. That's very helpful to see that there, because my next question was going to be about the bus service contribution of £100,000, which wasn't mentioned in the civil compliance statement either. Okay, thank you. I think that covers the right of way. Whilst we're talking about bus service contribution, perhaps Mr. Warner, you could set out for me how that meets the tests and what policy basis there is for that, and how the contribution has been arrived at.
Yes, in terms of reference to our own civil compliance statement, we've said the County Council is seeking improvements to public transport provision in the village, as detailed in their civil compliance statement, although that may be incorrect. The proposed improvements will allow new residents easy access to public transport network and encourage sustainable transport modes. I think it's been concluded, obviously, that this is reasonable for the development that we've got and necessary to ensure that we have got that improvement, considering the semi-rural nature of the location.
Is there a specific policy basis for this, or is this?
Let me just look back at the committee report for your benefit there. So that would be policy SDLP 7.1. That is I'll give you a bit more detail on that. So that's our sustainable transport policy of the local plan. Just seeing if there's any further commentary that was made in the committee report. So the committee report went on to suggest that there would be the development proposals should be designed from the outset to incorporate measures that will encourage people to travel using non-car modes to access home, school, employment services and facilities. The Highway Authority recommends a contribution towards improved bus service provision, which will improve the sustainability credentials of development based on SCLP 7.1. Subject to the bus service contribution being secured, officers are satisfied that the proposal will not, subject to appropriate highway-related conditions, result in an adverse impact on the highway network or adverse highway concerns. That's essentially the justification from East Suffolk's perspective for that contribution.
Thank you. What paragraph is it you were reading?
So this is with reference to the very original committee report. That's 7.91. That would have been the July reports.
And that's the full extent of their statement on that. There's no breakdown of how the 100,000 is arrived at.
I don't immediately have that to hand, but I'm sure that that's something that we could secure from the County Council. If I don't know whether Mr. Armstrong, whether there's anything that you're aware of in the County Council's response, Mr. Evans.
Yeah, Mr. Evans very kindly pointed me to the Suffolk representation dated the 5th of March, so which is at RE6. It's the second one in RE6, I'm sure is an appendix 2 of the appendices. First one's 9th of October and the second letter is 5th of March. And on the second page of that's got a picture of a junction in colour. And on the third page, it's got some comments from the SCC passenger transport team comments. Just before it's signed off by Mr. Chester. And they mentioned the current services through Grund, are you with me?
Yep.
Grundisburgh are all contracted to us, so they obviously know about the services. Not sure that 80,000 is just a service contribution, but a contribution of 100,000 would enable us to add another vehicle to the contract and thus improve the frequency. So they've obviously done some calculation that it would enable better frequency and add a vehicle.
Excellent, good, thank you. Hopefully the other two will be more straightforward, Mr. Warner.
Sure.
It's now the school transport contribution.
So the reference to this that we have in our SIL compliance statement, and this has been quite consistent on a number of other applications and appeals in recent years, is as per the requirements for this contribution is made under the Education Act 1996 as amended, which places a duty on local authorities to make suitable travel arrangements free of charge for eligible children. And the County Council sets out that this meets the 3 legal tests, in particular because it's this is a location where for secondary school transport it is reliant upon bus service provision. There's no walking facility available, and these will be additional secondary school aged children as residents in the village. So we have dealt with this a number of times at appeal, and previously the County Council have provided a great deal of evidence, including from the Department for Education, to support such an ask.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Yes. And finally, Mr. Warner, the tests in respect of the secondary education contribution.
Yes, so in terms of the local plan, there's an infrastructure delivery framework contained within the local plan that sets out all of the infrastructure expectations of the allocated sites. And for the purpose of this Grundisburgh allocation, it does recognise the need for expansion of secondary school places, and that would be met through Section 106 contributions towards the delivery of a new secondary school. The latest infrastructure funding statement published last year, and another is due to be published next month, both set out again that developments such as this one in Grundisburgh will contribute into this new school. So that's a new secondary school at the 2,000 home Brightwell Lakes development at Martlesham. The wider range of secondary schools in the area are at a capacity. So this will feed into the wider case for that new development. And whilst we don't have a SIL 1, 2, 3 list anymore, we do have a guide within our infrastructure funding statement as to the type of infrastructure developments that will be SIL funded or Section 106 funded. And we do state that new school developments will be Section 106 funded.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Warner. Any comments? Right, I think that covers the planning obligation. It's a bit longer than I was anticipating. Anything else from any party on the planning obligation at all? Yeah. Thank you.
One question over here.
Yeah. Once that £100,000 is used up, what happens then? So transport.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard that, Mr. Warner. Once the 100,000 is used up.
So my understanding of bus transport contributions is that they're there to seed greater public transport opportunities. It's not an expectation of developments to fund public transport provision in the long term, because any bus service needs to fund itself in the longer term or be subsidised by other means. But what that initial cash injection into the service does allow for is to get a wider service up and running, and to support more greater use of buses, particularly into and out of Ipswich, for the expanded residents of the community.
So in theory, it could be lost. In theory, that bus service could just disappear.
I think what Mr. Warner was saying was that the money is used for the initial setup period, so that it can get up and running. If it isn't then used sufficiently, then I guess there is that risk. But
Thank you.
Can I ask? I'm afraid I don't know your
Sorry,
name.
Mrs. Overton.
You're Mrs. Overton. Yeah. Okay.
Could I just ask one more question? The new secondary school is being built at Martlesham, so we're going to have to bus our children from Grundisburgh to Martlesham and back every day. Why aren't the homes being built in Martlesham? It's crazy. With carbon footprint, it's crazy.
Was that Mr. Walner?
I'm happy to answer that just as a sort of local planning authority position on that more generally, if you'd like.
That would be helpful, thank
you. As the local plan sets out, we're seeking to distribute housing growth across the district, not compile it all in one location. In Martlesham, in fact, we are delivering 2,000 homes as part of the Brightwell Lakes development, and that development is bringing forward this new substantial education facility, which will serve more than just that development, as is already the case for secondary school pupils in Grundisburgh and other villages. They do rely on a bus service to get to secondary school. It's not uncommon for rural areas, but that doesn't mean that development shouldn't take place in rural areas or larger rural villages just because children need to access school on a bus. So hence, we've got to look at the most suitable locations to deliver schools, and they are in the more urban areas, but they also go on to support wider growth opportunities.
Thank you, Mr. Walner. Okay, moving on to conditions. First question to ask on that one relates to one of my first questions in the inquiry, which was about plans that we have before us. Mr. Walner, you'll recollect that Mr. Armstrong had suggested that there were a few corrections to make to those listed in condition 2. Did you have an opportunity to look at those and agree those or disagree?
Yes, thank you, and apologies for the confusion on that. I've liaised with Mr. Steve Milligan, who's been the case officer throughout, and he has confirmed that the plans referred to within Mr. Armstrong's proof of evidence are the correct ones to be listed in the condition, so that condition can be amended accordingly.
Okay, thank you very much. And before I move through all of the conditions, from what I'd made notes on the conditions that were in the committee report, the most recent set of conditions that you forwarded, Mr. Walner, appear to me to be exactly the same conditions until we get to about 24 or 25, and there's some notes. Is that correct? Just so that I know that I'm looking at the right ones.
That is correct, yes. I'm happy to go through all other ones. I think from some brief conversation with Mr. Armstrong this morning, there may be some slight adaptations that could take place if you wish, but the key ones that have changed are 24, 25, 26 as a result of the comments from both Canon Consulting and Brookbanks Consulting in terms of the later stages of consideration.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Mr. Walner. We'll get to those ones shortly. We'll just run through them in order first. Condition 3 is for details of play equipment to be submitted and agreed by the local planning authority. Looks like we need a clause in there that says when that's needed.
Yes, that does look missing there. That would be good to make sure we've got a trigger for that. To me, it should be consistent with the landscape details for submission of those. I think we suggest landscape details should be submitted prior to commencement.
Thank you. Any comments on that? Mr. Commencement?
Well, we did have some discussions with the council about whether first occupation might be a better trigger rather than before commencement starts. Clearly, the landscaping is going to be done in part and spread across the site, and have it all done up front is often not ideal. So I'm happy to leave that in your hands to decide which you think is most.
I think, Mr. Armstrong, in respect to the first clause, details of the play equipment to be provided should be submitted to and agreed by the local planning authority.
Yes.
So you're suggesting that shouldn't be until occupation?
First occupation. So needs to have been submitted and approved by the first occupation.
And installed.
And installed, yes. But clearly, if you've got a building site and there are works going on, you don't want to be putting your play areas in place when there's a lot of work going on.
Okay, Mr. Woolman?
I think I get exactly the position in terms of when they should be installed, and in the past I've potentially had conditions that have suggested an agreed strategy for the installation of those as per the phasing of landscaping. One of my concerns about the timing of details for play equipment, for landscaping, this also leads into the Section 106 agreement, and one of the remaining things which is up for discussion is the timing of the submission of the open space specification. Is that there is an expectation within this Act Condition 24, just ahead of us getting to that, about the footpath 20 and addressing how that will be improved and its implementation prior to occupation. Because that footpath is an integral part of the northern open space of the sites, I think we should be looking at the footpath, landscaping and play equipment in terms of what is to be provided and the detail of those at a pre-commencement stage, just to keep things as tidy and to avoid as much duplication as possible.
Okay, Mr. Armstrong?
Yeah, I accept the comment, yeah.
Okay, condition 4, which is to do with the mitigation measures identified within the ecological appraisal. That is identifying specific measures within the ecological appraisal, but then it seems to go on and say that they've been agreed in principle. So is there a little bit of a tension there between whether they've been agreed or not been agreed? And if the last part was struck and agreed in principle with the planning authority prior to determination, I'm not quite sure what that last clause is intending to do there. Mr. Walker?
Without having that in front of me, I'm also not entirely clear on that. I don't know whether Mr. Armstrong has got the detail of any past discussions there were around the nature of that in principle element of those. To me, this is a fairly common condition in terms of making reference to a section of an ecological report for implementation of recommended measures. But I kind of agree with you. I think normally it wouldn't be an in principle, it would be that we've agreed those at this stage for them to go forward.
Certainly from our point of view, so we think we've agreed the content of those reports. I mean, there was one point we could add to condition 4, so which is about the letter from Natural England, which we were referring to, where they set out the requirement for an on-site circular walk. If we referenced that letter in condition 4, that would make it clear as to what the works would involve and what we have to deliver, and it would take the reader back to that letter again.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Warner, did you hear that at all?
Yes, I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Condition 5, generally, I think that's not got any comments on that, other than the fact that I think we need a clause at the end there to say confirmation should be submitted by who and when on that one. Mr. Warner?
Yes, that sounds sensible to me. Should be submitted. I think it should be submitted by the applicants prior to the removal of any hedgerows, trees, or shrubs. Really.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Armstrong?
Yeah, I'm happy with that, sir.
Thank you. Nothing to say on condition 6. Condition 7, again, implementation. Should any evidence of badgers be encountered, suitable mitigation measures will be designed and implemented. I think we need, do we need a clause in there to say when?
Yeah, I think the same applies. Designed by the developer and implemented prior to any works affecting the badger set, which is obviously, if it relates to a set that would be on the site, it would be subject to a Natural England license anyway. I think that's probably the only implication on badgers that there might be if they're foraging or anything on the site, and that's usually addressed in a quite straightforward manner.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, sir. Yeah.
And a similar point on condition 8. If sensitive habitats or species are going to be impacted by lighting, when is that to be implemented? I can see.
I think for 8, it would be for the submitted strategy to set out when such measures would be undertaken for us to agree at that time.
Okay, so if we, in the last paragraph, added all external lighting should be installed in accordance with specifications and locations and timescales.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Armstrong?
Yes, happy with that, sir.
Condition 9. Mr. Warner, could you just explain this one a little bit more to me? What's the need for an ecological enhancement strategy, and where does that come from in policy terms? If you could just explain that a bit more.
Yeah, so my interpretation is that this is something that would be complementary ecological enhancement as part of landscaping, but also as part of building construction as well. So that would include various measures such as biodiversity, habitat creation within the landscaping, but also things like swift boxes, bat boxes within the build of dwellings as well, which might be subject to final design details from the developer.
Mr. Armstrong?
Yeah, I can understand. I can understand the reason for the condition, but clearly we've already set out those ecological enhancements as part of our reports. So I don't think it should be that they have to be necessarily resubmitted again, but I do appreciate you need to have a timing clause on them. So I don't have a problem with the condition, but it should perhaps just make reference to those ecological enhancements already approved as part of our application, and the details of those, or the implementation of those. I appreciate there's nothing in there to trigger implementation, so you need to have some sort of implementation clause to that.
Oh, okay. So so you're saying that we just need to add an implementation clause to that particular condition?
Yeah.
Mr. Warner?
Yes, I think that could be similar to the previous condition where it says ecological enhancement measures shall be delivered and retained, delivered in a time scale and retained.
Sorry, I was just wondering whether it might be a link with condition number 4, because that's got the ecological, that references the report which we've submitted, agreed in principle, agreed with the local authority, set out what works to be, and then you would then have an implementation clause on that to ensure those works are carried out. I think that does the same thing.
Without having the council's ecologist to hand, I'm afraid I can't elaborate further on the background to that condition 9.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Warner. I'll just have to come to a view on that one, I think. Condition 10, the landscape and ecological management plan. Only question on that refers to the last paragraph where it says the LEMP should also include details of legal and funding mechanism. Is that requiring an obligation by other means?
I think this ties in with the section 106 about the potential transfer of open space to either a management company or the parish council or other, and what contribution there might be incorporated as part of that transfer. So it kind of runs hand in hand with that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Condition 11. This is the condition that lots of interested party, it covers matters that lots of interested parties have referred to in terms of levels. So proposed levels are required. Have existing levels already been provided then, or should we add existing in there as well?
I would add, we've provided those by means of a topographical survey, so they are already in existence. So it's really the finished levels, so which are the key. And obviously, if this relates to hard and soft landscaping, actually, the levels, I guess, should be extended to include the built form as well.
Thank you. Other point on that is it refers to retained historic landscape features. Are there any on this site, or is that just a standard phrasing that's included in the wording?
I believe from our perspective that's a standard phrasing. I'm not aware of there being any in existence, but obviously if there were any that were encountered as part of excavations, if they were then identified and we wish to retain them, then that might be covered in there as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Armstrong?
I'm happy for that to stay into.
12 is just implementation condition. Condition 13 covers timings for construction. would that be better off included within this construction management plan in the next condition? I'm not sure it really matters too much, but just curious as to why they're separately identified, Mr. Warner.
I'd expect these are recommendations from the council's environmental protection officers, and they may have made a specific point of this condition on construction and delivery times. I see no harm in it being an integral element of condition 14, if the detail and the hours are acceptable there.
Thank you. Mr. Armstrong?
Yeah, I think I would agree it should form part of the construction management plan, which would be submitted as a whole. And therefore things like the actual delivery times and how that links with management of the site can all be considered as well.
And in terms of that condition, it refers to, in point B, best practical means as defined in section 72 of the Control of Pollution Act 1974. Do we need reference to requirements of other legislation in a planning condition, Mr. Warner?
All I can say is this is a fairly consistent wording of condition that we use as recommended by our environmental protection team. I mean, we shouldn't be governing through other legislation, but if that's of influence on what might be accepted as part of the discharge of condition, then I think it's important that we're explicit about that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, sir.
Condition 15, Mr. Warner, is there any evidence of any contamination on the site at all, or is it is this effectively a standard condition?
Yes, this is a standard condition, essentially covering our backs if anything unexpected is found in the ground during excavations, that we've at least made that very clear to developers as to what we expect them to undertake in such a circumstance.
And if that condition wasn't on there, if there's no actual evidence of contaminated land, what would be the obligations on the developer if that condition was not
there? I think there are obviously health and safety obligations on the developer in undertaking development and encountering a land contamination. But there's also an expectation that the local planning authority and certainly the environmental protection team of the council should be involved and have the appropriate ability to address the remediation. So I think it's a suitable and necessary condition in that respect.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I understand the council's position on that.
Condition 60, is there a policy basis for that one, Mr. No? Fire hydrants.
I'm not sure that there's a policy basis of it. This is a typical request of the fire service to ensure that these are installed as part of a development. I think the issue that has happened occasionally in the past is without such a condition explicit on the developers, that developments have taken place without fire hydrants and therefore become quite costly to retrofit down the line.
Thank you. Mr. Armstrong?
Yes, happy with the principle of the condition, but we would suggest that rather than prevent development from starting, that we limit it to first occupation. Because clearly that's the key test here, that the fire hydrants must be in place before people live there.
Thank you. Mr. Warner, any comments on that?
I think the conflict with having a pre-occupation requirement for the scheme of installation is that the actual installation of the hydrants is prior to occupations of dwellings served by the relevant hydrant. So we don't want to be rushing through agreeing a scheme because the hydrants need to be installed the following week is probably appropriate, and not substantial work to be done alongside the other pre-commencement conditions to set out where those hydrants would be within the layout of the site at the pre-commencement stage.
Any response to that, Mr. Wilson?
No, so I think I'll stand by what we said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Policy condition 17 is the electric vehicle charging points. I think that needs an implementation clause. And Mr. Warner, again, what's the policy basis? Is there actually a policy basis for that one?
Yes, if you bear with me for a moment. Sustainable transport policy, let me just check. So it's actually our parking proposals and standards condition, SCLP 7.2. That says proposals involving vehicle parking will be supported where they take opportunities to make efficient use of land. They include appropriate provision for vehicle charging points and ancillary infrastructure associated with the increased use of low emission vehicles. So that's that.
Thank you, Mr. Warner.
So yes, again, as I said, we're happy with that, and 18, as I mentioned when I was giving evidence. The only thought we had, sir, is rather than again linking that to before development, we actually link it to, and what Hopkins have done elsewhere is limit to. Sorry, we limit it to above slab level. So in other words, we can start work on the foundations and that's contract. And that gives us time then to agree all of the details on the electrical charging and the CO2 reduction with the local authority, because that does sometimes take a while to get that resolved.
Mr. Warner?
In principle, I've no concern about a pre-slab level stage. My only concern is how we make adequate provision for electrical vehicle charging points in communal parking areas. And whether by the time you've reached slab level with some of the homes, you've started to prohibit the opportunities for the appropriate ducting and cabling to those communal charging areas. Again, it's in terms of the number of trigger points for discharge conditions, I would usually prefer there to be 2 stages, a pre-commencement and a pre-occupation stage, just to avoid, duplication of discharge condition applications. So unless there are genuine construction reasons why this couldn't be provided prior to occupation, I probably would stick with it as it is.
Thank you. And Mr. Warner, in respect of condition 18, what's the policy basis for CO2 reductions as well?
That's our sustainable construction policy, and I will just. So that's a policy SCLP 9.2, sustainable construction. And at this moment, we have also got a consultation underway for a sustainable construction supplementary planning document, although that doesn't afford any weight at this time. But that policy does state that all new developments of more than 10 dwellings should achieve higher energy efficiency standards that result in a 20% reduction in CO2 emissions. And it also refers to the technical standard in terms of water efficiency of 110 litres per person per day. And I understand that particularly the water efficiency measure does have an influence on building regulations as well, whereby if we do have a planning condition that covers that, that gives further weight to the building regulations of building control seeking that expectation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Warner. Mr. Armstrong?
No, nothing to add, sir.
Anyone wish to say anything on surface water at all?
The only thing that Mr. Armstrong and I did discuss earlier this morning was whether the condition 9 and condition 20 needed to be separate conditions, whether they could be covered as one. I've had feedback from the lead local authority that they've no concern about that.
For 19 and 20, was that?
Yes, yeah.
Mr. Armstrong?
Happy with that, sir.
Condition 21 requires details to be submitted in an approved form. What does that mean? Mr. Warner?
I think it's probably a suggestion from the lead local authority that the eventual finally approved ones would be in an approved form, but it's kind of a repetition of what they're suggesting, that should be submitted and approved. So I don't see that those two words as entirely necessary.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Armstrong?
Nothing to answer. Thank you.
Right, I think nothing to say on condition 22 unless Mr. Warner, perhaps you could just run through the next few conditions about accesses, roadworks.
Yes, certainly. So there's obviously an extent of overlap within these conditions with the County Highway Authority's Section 278 process. For the public's benefit, that's for the submission of details to the Highway Authority for agreement, usually quite considerable details of what works being undertaken to the highway, but importantly establishing here in conditions that we get those at the submitted and dealt with at the appropriate time. So condition 23 deals with the access points, the details of those in their final form, and also the timing of their implementation. Importantly, the key vehicular access to the site should be should be prior to any occupation, which is logical in terms of making sure that development can occur from inside of the site outwards. So hopefully that's fairly straightforward, condition 23. Condition 24 is important for the purpose of the delivery of the improvements to footpath 20. And this is a condition that will require us to establish how that will be improved and have that fully agreed, including any potential realignment and any measures to protect pedestrians, as was more recently established in communications received from Brookbanks and Cannon Consulting. And there's also a suggestion there about measures to minimise tree and hedge loss, recognising that on the northern part of the site there are close interactions there. So that ties in also with the Section 106 agreement to cover any funding for alignment measures for the public right of way, and importantly to make sure that that's all there and in place and provided prior to occupation for sustainability reasons.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. On conditions 24 and 25, it says that those aspects of road improvements and footpath improvements have been indicatively shown, but is there not a conflict there with condition 2, which we discussed earlier about plans that were being approved, in that are they indicative or are they fully detailed drawings that we have before us at the moment?
Yes, potentially the phrasing of indicatively shown is a little bit generous. Those drawings are approved drawings, but they are the type of drawings that are capable of slight deviation as a result of the section 278, section 38 processes and any of the rights of way processes that needs to follow. So I think they should, the plans are the starting point. But it's not a matter that because they're affected by other processes, they would be capable of some change.
Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you, sir. I think a general point on these conditions, which I think the local authority have tried to pick up some of the Brookbank comments. If you look at the letter we looked at earlier from Suffolk County Council dated the 12th of October, there's a series of conditions in there which we think make more sense and cover the same points. So that's a sort of an opening gambit, sir, which you might want to just look at them yourself and see if you're more happy with them as drafted. Specifically in terms of 23, we have actually submitted for access here. And so if you allow the appeal, the accesses onto Park Road and Chapel Road will be approved. There's an awful lot of detail which has been submitted, which we've discussed and you've seen, sir. So we don't see there's a need to resubmit those details. I accept there's a need for the second part of the condition, which requires then their implementation and retention. Now, clearly there will be some 278 works which will need, but 278 agreement will be needed, and there would be some possibilities, some changes as part of that. But that's the normal two-stage process. There's the approved access, and then the 278 works are then discussed with the Highway Authority. If there's any major difference between the two, then a discussion will be had with the Local Planning Authority. It looks as if under 23 we'll be submitting it again, what we've already got permission for.
Mr. Warner, did you want to say anything further in response to that?
No, I'm just without having it immediately to hand, I'm just curious as to the equivalent condition that's recommended from the Highway Authority, because this probably would have come from the Highway Authority in the first instance. Have they included that first sentence?
They actually reference the drawings which are up for approval.
Okay.
So therefore there is an acknowledgement that those are the approved drawings.
Well, I don't think there's anything contentious in the site accesses from our perspective, or even from the Brookbank's assessment of things. So I'm content if condition 23 was to refer to the approved accesses and then being implemented in accordance with those and in the appropriate time frame for the purpose of condition 23.
Mr. Warner?
Happy with that, so yes, thank you. In terms of 24, sir, just moving on, again, a question mark as to whether it needs, there is confusion between that and the previous condition. Clearly there's also the section 106, which deals with this matter as well. But no, I don't have a problem with a condition. But the way it's written, I think it's not particularly phrases such as measures to protect pedestrians and minimise tree and hedge losses, pretty imprecise. I mean, there are a whole load of issues which we would be looking at as part of these details, and they would just be part of the gambit of the discussion we would have with the Local Planning Authority. So I'm not sure whether they need to be highlighted specifically.
whose writing is that in red? I assumed that the appellant has been proposing. No, because
no, sir. I think it's local authorities input based on the Brookbank.
Okay.
Yeah,
is that correct?
That's correct. The red is what I've added further to the conditions that were in the committee report. I accept what Mr. Armstrong's saying about there is some duplication of the measures that we would go through with the developer would go through with the county council in implementing improvement works. What I think's of importance here is you've heard the local concern over footpath 20, in particular its relationship with ownership boundaries and the significant importance of that connection and the improvement of that connection. And I'm always conscious that section 278 agreements aren't always in the public domain or readily available as planning information. So to me, as a fundamental part of the delivery of this site, I believe that we should be furnished with the final details of that footpath improvement, whether that is going to utilise the £9,000 to change in the alignment, and exactly what the actual construction methods of that are going to be once we get to that point in time.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
So just to add on that, you'll note that the measures to protect pedestrians and minimise tree and hedge loss wasn't something the county in their relevant one will see.
Yeah, I mean, it may be that the minimised tree and hedge loss may well interact with the landscaping plan that's submitted under a condition as well. What we were conscious of, certainly when we took this to the planning committee, was there was potential trees and hedges lost within that area for the alignment of things, and if there is the opportunity utilised for any realignment, that we may well avoid any conflicts there unnecessarily.
Okay, anything further on those? Nothing. Condition 25 then.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is largely a new condition, albeit some of these requirements were already in a version of condition 25 before. But you'll be familiar with the Brookbank's recommendations that were made in their September report, also taking into account a number of suggestions that were made in the Cannon report to address what were previously deficiencies in the transport assessment. My understanding is that there was agreement through that a wider range of details would be submitted, including stage 1 and stage 2 road safety audits associated with those, to allow just further scrutiny of what's to be delivered. And that includes some things that aren't detailed on the plans as well, such as the additional passing place on Chapel Road. At the moment, there's one passing place proposed, and also the provision of a direct cycle access onto Chapel Road as well within the development. So I think these are very much led by the Brookbank's recommendations. I'm conscious that these have only been, the wording of this condition has only been recently shared, but I'm happy to hear any thoughts that Mr. Armstrong or Mr. Evans might have on those.
Mr. Armstrong?
Yes, so we understand where the council are coming from. So to start with that, but there does seem to be repetition on this. So, for example, the proposed widening of Park Road is covered by the condition we've just agreed on, which is the same the wording as for the Highway Authority. Local junction improvements, but we've got plans already in place for those, and they'll be secured by the 278. The Chapel Road passing places, again, we've had discussions about the possibility of a second one. That hasn't actually been sort of required of us at the moment. Perhaps seeking clarification from the local authority on that as to whether they're wanting their second passing place or not. I mean, I know there was a suggestion by Brooksbank. We've never really had that confirmed to us, so that's perhaps a point to come back on. Cycle connection direct to Chapel Road, we accept we've got to provide the detail for that. But we don't see the need, for example, on B to review the road markings adjacent to the development. We'll put that forward. And the refuse vehicle, we've already confirmed that that can be delivered. That was secured as part of the drawing. So I understand why the council is going down that for a transparency point of view, but I don't think we need to have the repetition of this wording again. And I think again it could be dealt with through the bulk of the conditions set out by the Highway Authority.
Okay, thank you. A specific point there. Then in terms of the two passing places, are you saying that that's something that you're concerned about delivering, or?
So I don't know if I can assist on that. I think there's no concern following Mr. Evans' evidence that we could deliver it. The only concern is whether it's necessary to do it. And you'll recall that the county have specifically advised that it's not necessary. They say three, Mr. Evans's 3, what number it is that it's dealt with. Number 10, they say Suffolk accept the response from Cannons, the scope to add. There is scope to add an additional passing place on Chapel Road. However, at this time, there seems little justification for this. If required, the inspector could amend the current condition to allow for additional passing. But if there was no identified need, their firmness of view that wasn't identified need, and it's only 2 extra cars in peak hour anyway. So Ms. Evans certainly also wasn't.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rand. That's helpful. In general terms, been a fair bit of discussion about repetition. Are you happy for me to just take a view on that and come to a conclusion on that as I see fit according to the tests?
Yes, and I think that's why I referred to the county's conditions, which I think are a useful comparison for you to have a look at. So yes, thank you.
If I could just add on that, I mean, so you respect that we relied upon independent advice on highways matters eventually for the conclusion of the council's position alongside the county council's final view on things. But the Brookbanks report, the final Brookbanks report, which recommends certain conditions, did follow on from the county council's response, and it did take into account the county council's response as well. So it goes a step further in terms of what it wishes to achieve on the basis of what was felt to be a deficient transport assessment originally.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Right. 26. Do we need to spend any time on proposed 26?
So only our experience is that you wouldn't normally have road safety audits actually a requirement of a condition. They're a standalone piece of work which will be determined on their merits. So to have a condition linked to the outcome of another process doesn't seem the correct way to deal with things. If required as part of the 278 works, they would clearly have the Highway Authority would request them. There's no loss, or there's no issue by not including them here. It would still be required if
Thank you, Mr. Warner.
I think this is another matter in terms of the journey that we've been on through the independent scrutiny of the highways matters, the initial recognition of East Suffolk that there were deficiencies in the transport assessment, and feeling that we can come to a confident position to make a recommendation to our members that we just decide not to defend the appeal. So it's in light of that wider concern and desire for transparency that I believe this would be beneficial as a condition in this case, accepting that these are still things that are done anyway as part of the section 278 and section 38 processes.
Okay, thank you. Condition 27 is just refuse bins.
Happy with that, sir. Only brief comment, sir, on that is could we have above slab again rather than before development?
No. Mr. Warner?
Again, it's trying to minimise the number of points, trigger points of discharge a condition. To be honest, I think a lot of detail around estate roads and footpaths in terms of layout levels, gradients is usually relatively fixed by the time you've reached the lab level. So it would seem unnecessarily delayed to submit it by that point. Hence, I think commencement is appropriate alongside other details that will be considered at that time as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Warner. Condition 29. Just binder course level. It refers there to that being binder course level or better in accordance with the approved details. Are there any approved details on that?
I think the approved details in this case would be the would both be the details submitted under condition 28, but also in accordance with the layout plan as to where they are to be provided as well.
Thank you. Mr. Armstrong, you're happy with that, sir? Okay, condition 30 is just clearing the junction in advance of construction. Condition 31 is HGV movements and a deliveries management plan. Again, should that be part of a construction, part of the construction management?
Yes, I think it should, yeah.
Yeah, I think there's probably a bit of a duplication there in terms of a set of highways conditions and a set of environmental protection conditions, but I'm happy to put them together.
Condition 32. I'm just trying to figure that one out. What's the purpose of this one, Mr. Warner?
I think this is essentially a parking implementation condition. I've never quite understood why our standard condition has got this square brackets loading and unloading thing, but I'm happy for that to say revision H for the purposes of parking, manoeuvring, loading and unloading of vehicles, but essentially, yeah, every individual parking space is covered by that. So in terms of the use shall not commence until areas, that's the use of each individual dwelling as well, to be explicit.
Sorry, say that again, Mr. Warner.
So just in terms of the first part of it, the use shall not commence until the areas within the site shown on drawing number GR5. In terms of the uses, that's each individual occupation of dwellings and their own specific areas for parking, and just making sure that those parking and turning, manoeuvring, loading areas are all put in place. It's a bit of an old-fashioned worded condition, to be honest, which we probably should update a little in the way that it's phrased.
Yes, they're happy with that.
sir. 33, we've got electric vehicle charging mixed in with secure cycle storage. We've already covered that, so. Mr. Warner?
Yeah, I'm happy for electric vehicle charging infrastructure to be removed from there. This one should be purely a cycling infrastructure one.
And then we've just got visibility displays for 34 and 35. Any comments on that?
Happy, sir.
No, that's fine.
Uh, 36 is archaeological investigation. Again, is there any suggestion in any of the evidence that there is any archaeology on site?
I'd have to make reference to the consultation response from the Archaeological Service, but I'm sure that they have anticipated there being potential and therefore the need for this condition.
Okay, thank you.
Just to note on 37, which ties in with that as well, it just need to take care with the condition that's referred to in that condition. The numbers are now out of sync. That should refer to condition 36 or whatever condition you make it.
Thank you. Okay, and given the discussions we had earlier about trees, this is why the detailed arboricultural method statement is proposed. Is that correct? Mr. Warner?
Sorry, just dog was barking in the background, so I just tried to quieten him.
Just referring to condition 38 and the arboricultural method statements that.
Yes, yeah, I think that's appropriate and necessary to make sure that we've got the necessary protection of trees around the site.
Yes, happy, sir.
39. Is there a policy basis for that one, and is there built heritage on the site that needs to be recorded?
To be honest, I'm not quite sure what that one has come from. We've got two condition 39s in here. I'm not aware from the committee report that there's any built heritage associated with the site that needs to be recorded in any way, unless the appellants can confirm.
Okay, right, thank you.
Might have slipped in there.
Okay, and we're finally on to last number 40. Why have stag beetles been highlighted in this one over and above the ecological appraisal? I haven't checked to see whether the ecological appraisal incorporates habitats for stag beetles, but what's the motivation and basis for this condition, Mr. Warner?
To me, it seems like a condition that, or some of the wording of this could be suitably accommodated within the condition for the landscape and ecological management plan. If we want to draw specific reference to stag beetles, I think that's probably the tidier way to do it. It's a little bit misplaced at the end here. I'm assuming it's something that came up later in the application process for it to become a final condition there.
Okay, thank you.
I guess I'm happy for it to be included in there.
Okay, excellent, good. Right, we made it through all of the conditions. Thank you very much indeed. And apologies, that did take a little bit longer than I was hoped. We're now 1:15. The next item on the agenda is just a closing statement from Mr. Ground. I'm conscious it's 1:15, but it depends what everyone wants to do, how long the closing statement is likely to take, whether we come back after a short break.
So I think it probably is easier to come back after a short break and then I can get it printed. You can be fueled by some lunch at least.
Okay. Does everyone feel the need to have a full hour for lunch, or should we come back at 2 o'clock?
2 o'clock will be fine for me, if it's fine for you.
Okay, that suit everyone else?
Thanks.
Quick question. Can we ask any questions around the conditions at all?
Go ahead, yes. Yeah.
Okay, I've just got 3 questions. Regarding, I think, conditions around badgers and species, there was reference made to the site, but not to the widening of Park Road. It would be good to clarify if any conditions that apply to ecological surveys and findings apply to the widening as well.
Okay, is anyone aware of whether the ecological appraisal goes as far as looking at the road improvement works?
Yes, as whispered in my ear, that we did do an addendum ecological report, which considered specifically the widening of the road linked with the agricultural. So there's an addendum, which is in the list of reports. So you could refer to that in the relevant condition as well. That covers the original and the addendum.
Thank you. Yeah, there is the addendum. It's just that the conditions stated, I think, the site, ecological considerations on the site didn't seem to extend. Second, again, relating to the widening of Park Road, mentioned, I think, condition 12 around the historical landscape, protection of that. The widening of Park Road impacts on Grundisburgh Park.
Sorry, it's hard to hear actually.
Sorry, I'll speak a bit more louder.
You were competing with a motorbike, I think.
Can you hear me better?
That's better.
So condition 12 related to the historical landscape and protection, I believe. The widening of Park Road is directly onto Grundisburgh Hall Park, which was a specific condition of the planning inspectorate. So again, just to make sure that condition 12 relating to protection of historic landscape applies to the widening of Park Road as well.
Okay, thank you.
And the last one was around EV charging points. Anecdotally, I've seen that when developers try and comply with this, they basically put a 3-pin plug in a fancy socket at the front of a building and say they've provided an EV charging point. Anybody who then buys an EV has to take that out and replace it with a proper EV charging point, which is 7 kilowatts. So I'd like reassurance that when an EV charging point is put in, it is fit for purpose and 7 kilowatts. It sounds a minor request. The implications of that are that the electrical load that is placed on the grid has implications for the local network operator, UK Power Networks. And if they don't receive the relevant request that a 7 kilowatt charger has, they then need to fund upgrade works, which the site development should be be responsible for as a result.
Okay, I think that's probably getting a little bit too detailed for the condition itself. But Mr. Woolner, did you hear that at all? I'm assuming every local authority will apply this this condition in their own way. Do you have a particular approach to discharging this condition that you could share with Mr. Brooke?
I'll be very honest. I think, you know, we're very motivated to make sure that we get electric vehicle charging points installed in developments going forward. Very likely that next year that any conditioned requirement for that is going to be superseded by a requirement for it in building regulations anyway. But there's only so far in terms of the detail that we can go with planning conditions, and ultimately the enforceability of some aspects in terms of the final installation is not something that we would tend to go down to the detail with. My experience in speaking with house builders recently is that they are now recognizing the market importance of installing EV charging points, and it's a selling point to have a vehicle ready point in place for most of their homes.
Thank you, Mr. Elmer. Yeah, does the applicant have any commitments that it will be 7 kilowatts or?
Mr. Armstrong, did you have any comments on charging points?
Thank you.
Right, any other matters before we take a break?
Can I just ask one question?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It's about the timings. Yeah, sorry. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's about the, oops, sorry, about the timings reconstruction. Are the timings linked directly to the building of the new school at Martlesham? And if not, where will the young people go, given that Farthingale, our local secondary school, is full?
Could you repeat that question, please? In terms of the conditions, is that what you were?
The timings of construction, are they linked directly to the construction of the new secondary school at Martlesham? Because if they're not, there isn't a secondary school locally for the young people to go to.
Mr. Warner, did you?
Yeah, I'm happy to come in on that. There are a lot of dynamics around the delivery of education places, and particularly making sure that there is there are the pupil numbers generated to justify the new school being in place. So I do know that the Brightwell Lakes development is now commencing. The school land is to be handed over to the County Council upon the delivery of 100 homes on the Brightwell Lakes development. And so that will be happening over the coming couple of years. So it's probably within the next 5 years that we start to see education delivery on that site. It may be that for the initial period that there may be need to accommodate students from this development within other schools in the area, but the local education authority haven't objected to the timing basis of things. The important thing for us to make sure of is that we have a long-term solution for students generated by people living on this development and in the wider area and the existing community, and there will be that long-term opportunity at Brightwell Lakes in the new secondary school there.
Okay, thank you. I just worry about children being placed in different schools all over the county. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, take a break and come back at 2 o'clock for closings of the.
Yes, of course. Yeah, not a problem.
Got your thing on my system.
Sorry? Well, typically I work
Is there a dog here?
I would love that. My friends.
Wouldn't be well behaved enough to come into work. I once worked in my kid. Yes.
Yes. Really? Oh, where'd you work?
We'll send that to the press day, otherwise you'll knock them back ahead for a couple of minutes.
Did that come through? Okay.
Yes.
Great.
I'm waiting. And how many? So 4 times double-sided. Is it colour or?
No, it's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
You have to go round. Well, I went round it this morning when we came here. You have to go round in first gear. Now this today, I think it was a Fiat almost took me out, and maybe driving too fast for that then. You know, if you're both doing 20, 30 miles an hour trying to get round there, it's going to be a nightmare. You can't. Have been
So I just don't understand all this. No.
And also, I think there's going to be serious take any
You know what they'll do? That's a ball. One of those houses has got.
And they're not taking into consideration the education of young people.
No. The first time we asked it, once this is built, it took 2 years. This is built. Where are the old children going to go to school? Well, we're building right away. Why will not be building for ages?
That's been going for 20 years. It's been going for about 20 years. Yeah.
What's basically happened is that
Yes, they're going to try and fit it within.
No, the problem today is
Very annoying.
kids.
The whole thing's annoying.
Those kids are getting
economist, and that's the definition of
Yeah.
we should
Work-related factors, yeah. Try and make them, that's what's happening. Oh, I know. Just hope. It's very likely and is actually chopped right. The only thing we can think is that
You want to be careful at the back of that room because there could be people listening.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Because it's jolly interesting what you're saying.
Yeah, we know what I think.
I do know what you think.
You know what I think. And I'm being very circumspect and very calm.
I thought it was unlike you, yes. Look, can I just say though, can I just say to all the bunch of
I'm not the only person in this room, Councillor. There's other people in this room.
Yeah, now be careful if you don't want me to hear.
No,
I'll close my ears.
I was just going to congratulate Mr. What's his name? Colin Hedgley, that's the boy. Councillor Hedgley.
What a load of old rubbish you speak.
I didn't know. It's the first time I've ever heard you talk some sense.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah,
I
okay, see you
do
later.
now.
Go for lunch. So he's a fellow councillor.
No, he's allowed to congratulate you.
He gives me stick all the time.
He's allowed to.
Yeah.
Hold it.
take that with me. So I said leave that here. So I'm having to re-book more stuff on. Yeah. I'm hoping that it might be later. Yeah. You never know, it's so expensive. But the company's doing it.
document might be helpful to print out.
Yeah.
Or if you just got that other email in. What's the best email?
You send it direct to me, that's absolutely fine, and I get it done.
You writing out the email?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. It's really the same, isn't it?
Right, yeah. Fine. Indigestion as well.
Cuts out when you don't use it for a bit, doesn't it?
Is it, are you on the O2 one?
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Hasn't noticed.
Right.
That's gone. Come back. That's brilliant, thank you. Please.
Somebody feels what sensitivity.
It's Evelyn doing that. When they're doing work.
I can a bit, yeah.
Oh, well done. Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It's 2 o'clock and time to resume the inquiry. So we'll now be hearing a closing statement from the appellant. Before we do, I just have one final question, which is more curiosity than anything. The planning obligation for the appeals close to being concluded. Presumably something similar is happening for the duplicate application. Presumably the planning permission may soon be issued for that duplicate application. What are the implications for this appeal if that does go ahead?
If I may update from,
Sorry, Ben.
would you just like me to update from the council's perspective on the interaction of the two first?
Yeah, that'd be useful, Mr. Warner, and then I can hear from the appellants after that as well. Yes, thank you.
So in terms of the current live application, we've got the authority for approval of that from our planning committee, subject to no final material points being raised of any change in substance from the consultation period that prolonged beyond the planning committee date. So what we're in the process of doing at the moment is just compiling a brief report summarising all of the representations received on the recent reconsultation, which will be presented to our chair and vice chair of the planning committee, and subject to that not triggering the need for any referral back to planning committee, then that should be issued in the coming weeks as well, utilising an identical section 106 agreement and influenced by conditions in the same way as today.
Well, we just lost you, Mr. Warner.
Sorry, am I back now?
You're back now, yeah. Yep. You were just saying about an identical 106.
Yeah, so the section 106 should be pretty much identical for the live application. I anticipate we'll sign both versions at the same time, and so I anticipate probably we're a couple of weeks away from determination of the live application. But obviously that may come before yours, or yours may come first. We'll see.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Warner.
So our position is that we would like you to determine the appeal as per, even in the event that the council issue the permission and duplicate. Clearly, we'll keep you updated as to what's happened and share that with you, but we would like you to proceed, please, sir.
Just good to know what.
Absolutely, good question.
Coming ahead.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much for that.
So, I mean, the only other point to make is that we don't think it is relevant if it comes out before you make your decision, but we don't think your decision needs to be delayed on the basis of it, because as you've heard from Mr. Woolman, there's a resolution to grant. There's nothing that anyone knows of at the moment to say that it won't be. So that we don't think your decision needs to hold up. But if you're in the process of taking your decision, we'll make sure that directly that's issued, you're forward with it. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, then move to your closing statement, then, Mr. Grant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Put one on here. You want to? I'll put it there. Yeah, okay. So I didn't have my mask on while I was circulating. So I'll take this quickly because you have it in writing, but there are just a couple of points from today that I'll add to if I can. So just to introduce matters, it's an application to build 70 homes, including 23 affordable homes, on an allocated site in the recently adopted local plan for East Suffolk. It's precisely the quantum of development envisaged in the plan and provides the access to Park Road, which is expected in the plan. The application, as you've seen, was recommended for approval by the officers of the council in their report for the 29th of June 2021 committee meeting. Suffolk County Council, the Highway Authority, have raised no objection to the application subject to conditions since April 2021. The council have also now resolved not to defend the appeal, having had further expert evidence from Brookbanks, who are now also satisfied that this can be approved with conditions. It accords with the development plan and government policy in the frameworks you'll be very familiar. Paragraph 11 is that it should be approved without delay, and so the proposal is very familiar to you. I'll just highlight a couple of points. It's exactly what was envisaged in the local plan allocation policy 12.51. You'll see, looking at 2.2, that there's 23 new homes and 6 and so 70 new homes, with 23 being affordable and 6 bungalows. Looking at point 3, you've seen that there's open space well above the policy requirements of 38%, which is 2 hectares of open space on the site. Access you've seen is from Park Road, and there's also connections to footpath 20, which will be improved as a commitment of the development. There's off-site improvements to footpath 20, widening of Park Road, as well as improvements to both the junctions on the east and the west of the site. So then I turn to the point that is no longer contentious between us and anyone, any of the regulators, the county council and the district council, but there still are third parties that are raising points. And so I deal with it, the highway's impact on safety and whether there's a severe cumulative impact, which is the way that you characterise the issue quite fairly in the beginning between us and the third parties. So by the time of the committee meeting of the 29th of June, the position was that after careful consideration of the transport assessment and its addendum, the Highway Authority, Suffolk County Council, did not have any objection to the application subject to appropriate conditions. The views of the statutory consultee in this context should be given great or considerable weight and only departed from so cogent or compelling reasons. And so I can just be a good boy and put my mask on and pass up that authority. Very, very grateful to that having been printed quickly. And so can I just take you very quickly to paragraph 72, and it's a legal proposition that you'll be familiar with, I think, at 72. And at 72, what the High Court said in Shadwell, but it's in a number of authorities, this is just one that I found easily. At 72, it says, secondly, the decision taker should give the views of statutory consultees in this context, the appropriate nature conservation bodies, great or considerable weight. A departure from those views requires cogent and compelling reasons. And so that is appropriate about all statutory consultees. It was just the context of that was the nature conservation bodies. And back to the text at 3.2, the officers of the council recommended that permission should be granted. The officers, unsurprisingly, concluded the scheme is in accordance with the policy SCLP 12.51 that allocates the site for approximately 70 homes. They concluded, the officers of the council, that the proposal is considered to represent sustainable development in accordance with the objectives of the framework and the adopted plan, and they recommended the grant of planning permission. And at 3.3, the council resolved to defer the application to get a report, as you see, from a secondary technical consultancy, that's the Brookbanks. And then at 3.4, Brookbanks then identified various action points on the 16th of September. Those action points were all comprehensively responded to by Mr. Evans in 2 detailed technical notes at RE 2 and 4. And those responses were accepted by Suffolk, the statutory consultee, in their response of the 12th of October, which is at RE3, And Suffolk's conclusions was the following: taking all the above factors into account, whilst the Brookbanks review didn't highlight any errors in the judgment for highways and transport, none of this changes the overall conclusions arrived at in the Suffolk County Council consultation letters, and those are the formal responses of the statutory consultee, and that's what attracts the weight that I mentioned at Shadwell that should be applied, or considerable weight, and only departed from for cogent and compelling reasons. And then onto the text at 3.6. Brookbanks have considered the technical note of canons and the Highways Authority response, which accepted that the application could proceed subject to some conditions. That's the RE5, RE5 is the Brookbanks response. There was then, unsurprisingly, a planning committee meeting in which the council were recommended and did decide not to defend the appeal on the 26th of October 2021. The council also resolved at that meeting to grant planning permission on the duplicate application. And you, just if you could just add there, Mr. Plant, in his first section this morning about why we were all here, seemed to completely ignore the council's latest position, which was that they think that this application, or duplicate application, should be granted permission, and that this appeal shouldn't be defended. Seem to assume that the council's position was diametrically opposite to what it really is. Thus, all of the professional officers who looked at this matter, the County Council as Highways Authority, and now Brookbanks, consider that this allocated site can be permitted in highway terms. And that view is also now shared by the council, the elected council. And Mr. Evans, sorry, 3.8 is a legacy sentence, you can cross out the first sentence to 3.8. And Mr. Evans dealt with all the matters raised by Brookbanks in its evidence in chief. And so just go quickly through this. It's what Mr. Evans largely covered in chief. Firstly, in terms of traffic flow data, it was perfectly reasonable with the unprecedented COVID situation to gather data for the most sensitive part of the road network, the Lower Road, and use adjustments to make that representative, as was agreed with Suffolk. The gathering of further data confirms the conclusion that there was a low level of baseline traffic, and the level of traffic increase would easily allow the surrounding roads to remain as quiet lanes. And so that was explained in table 3.4 to 3.6 of Mr. Evans's RE4. So far as Park Road is concerned, once it's appreciated that the traffic coming out of the development has to go either right or left, it is quite clear that the level of traffic on Park Road will not reach 1,000. Table 3.4 shows that as corrected on Park Road West, there will be between 721 and 761 flow of vehicles. This is well below 1,000. So the PC rep at 610, that's the rep of the 2nd of November, which Mr. Plant spoke to today, wrongly adds the whole 438 development traffic onto Park Road volumes, rather than appreciating that traffic has to come from or go to one side of Park Road or the other. And so if I could just add there, in cross-examination today, Mr. Plant accepted that for virtually all of Park Road, there would not be flows over 1,000. And his criticism of Mr. Evans that he did not start with reality and actual flows is the opposite of the truth. If you look at 3.4, sir, which I'm sure you will do and had it explained to you by Mr. Evans yesterday, he starts from the actual surveyed, sorry, this is not in the text, but he starts from the actual surveyed flows that he surveyed. He then grossed them up, as you'll recall, and then adds in the development traffic. So far as the last point, if I can just add, the split of development traffic, that Mr. Evans used has been agreed by all the professional traffic engineers, by Mr. Evans in producing the transport assessment, by the county council who reviewed all of that, the statutory consultee, and by Brookbanks. And so what I suggest is that you can fairly rely on the split of development traffic, which has been prepared by professional transport engineer and approved by the statutory consultee and an independent highway consultant. And that is preferable to what you heard from Mr. Plant. So then I go back to the text, 4 lines up from the end of 3.9. If a split is done to each side of Park Road, the traffic could not reach 1,000, even if their uplift figure of 24% of the fuel crisis is correct. Mr. Evans' view was that no such uplift has been shown to be correct, and the fuel crisis caused some extra journeys, as well as some possible depression of volumes. And I refer to RE4 at 1.3. On Chapel Road, the volumes of traffic are absolutely nowhere near to 1,000, being only 285 to 394. And so that's table 3.5, if you just add that reference there. And on Lower Road, the figures were those gathered previously from 2020. So if you just add no adjustment could possibly have to be made for the fuel crisis. And they were accepted by Suffolk County Council. Again, even when those figures are grossed up, they do not result in flows even close to 1,000. Even if, that's through 12, even if the flows were 1,000 or 1,000 plus, if you could add, there is no development management policy that suggests that development would not be appropriate. However, the clear conclusion on the basis of the professional evidence is that flows on each of these 3 roads would be well below 1,000 vehicles on the day. Thus, they are absolutely appropriate to remain quiet lanes, which could hardly be a surprise, bearing in mind that the designation of quiet lanes, perhaps it should say ease, understanding of quiet lanes was made in full knowledge of the allocation of this site. But then I turn to action point 2, the speed surveys. There was no need to have speed surveys because the junction design complied with standards in any event. So that's shown on page 26 of the transport assessment. The visibility display of 2.4 by 59 complies with the standard for a road with a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit, as Mr. Evans explained in the examination sheet. The applicant was not trying to have any relaxation of normal standards for the class of road. The speed surveys merely confirm that the displays are sufficient for the speeds that people actually do on Park Road. The speeds are shown at RE4, table 2.3, and are of the order of 29.4 to 31.3 miles an hour. That's considerably below the 37 miles an hour, which is the speed at which the visibility display at 59 metres is acceptable, as Mr. Evans explained. It's been acceptable by all the professional highway engineers, Brookbanks, Suffolk, and Mr. Evans. Safety audits. Thirdly, the highway works were entirely usual in design and scope and didn't need stage 2 safety audits, which can be done as a detailed design stage, as Mr. Evans explained in the examination sheet. Mr. Suffolk, who clearly had considerable experience of these matters, didn't see that it was necessary for these works. Layout of design. The internal roads were designed to comply with the Suffolk Design Guide, so not surprisingly, sir, they provide for the swept path for a refuse vehicle. This is now confirmed by the swept path assessments. Fifthly, visibility displays are correctly shown. Fifthly, the displays were always correctly shown in the drawings. In any event, it's accepted by Brookbanks that detailed design will confirm the visibility displays. And then so I've just turned to the drawings and the enhancements that there are at the junction in terms of safety. Drawing 009A covers the 1079 and Lower Road junction, and the junction has got an improved safety. Mr. Evans explained the junctions were improved in terms of safety, showed the following improvements at that junction. Firstly, deflection arrows improve the safety because it will ensure cars are more likely to be, cross out able to be, are more likely to be on the correct side, thereby increasing visibility to lower road and for drivers emerging from lower road. The new sign junction on the bend will help reduce speeds. The solid lines will help to keep cars on the correct side of the road travelling south, so enhancing visibility. The moving of the give way sign further east and the realignment of the highway improves the visibility looking north and for drivers going south of the vehicles emerging from lower road. In summary, the junction will be improved in safety terms from the current position of Mr. Evans included in this examination in chief. This safety improvement for the junction more than complies with the relevant policy test at 110D of the framework Mr. Evans said in examination in chief. Even if it were concluded that there was any significant impact, it's clearly mitigated to an acceptable degree, and so 110D is complied with. The emerging Suffolk Design Streets Guide, so it is emerging, as we confirmed yesterday with Mr. Woolman's help, I'm grateful to him, is also complied with. The parts of Appendix G that the Parish Council quote in their letter of the 2nd of November at 7.5 is clear that the purpose of this position statement is to provide guidance to the minimum visibility requirements at, and if I could just stress or underline, new junctions. It's primarily for new junctions where visibility displays are requirements. Consistently with the NPPF, there's a different test for existing junctions where it says it is acknowledged that other factors will also need to be considered. Similarly, going west of the appeal side, the other way down Park Road, drawing 008A reveals that that junction is also going to be improved. North of the junction, the visibility displays currently comply even with standards for new junctions. For the position from the south, there's a reasonable stopping distance of 120 metres in any event. There are various improvements to the safety position. Firstly, there's a new sign proposed warning of the junction on the bend. Secondly, there are proposed to be traffic calming measures for putting new edge of carriageway road working to serve to reduce speed, as Ms. Evans explained. Thirdly, the speed limit 30-mile-an-hour signs will be replaced, and fourthly, the road markings will be refreshed. Those measures will improve the safety of this junction and professional non-challenged evidence of Mr. Evans. The site access complies with the visibility standards of 2.4 by 90. No, sorry, it should say 2.4 by 59. I'm sorry, it's been getting late. That's the established standards, no, it's not controversial. I think 2.4 by 59, as is shown on drawing 278A. The complaint that Parish Council made with reference to the emerging Suffolk Design and Streets Guide is misplaced because they're put in the table at 3.3 without the text prior, which makes it plain that it is only for internal new provision where generally departures will not be acceptable. That emerging guide says generally departures to these elements will not be acceptable within new developments. And then for existing streets, the position is understandably very different. And there it says compromises may be necessary to retrofit design elements to existing layouts or highway boundaries. The widening of Park Road is clearly an enhancement in highway safety terms, as Mr. Evans said in chief. It will allow two vehicles to pass, make it considerably easier to pass a pedestrian. So this sets out the short answer to the only points that were alleged to be essential to deal with in the Brookbanks assessment. There was a complete answer accepted by Suffolk and Brookbanks to these, and indeed all the lesser points raised. And then I turn to the non-essential points. 6, the pedestrian routes. There's clearly a safe pedestrian route to the primary school with a segregated route along footpath 20. The route then goes down Postville Gardens, which has segregated pavements. Footpath 20 also leads to the bus stops. This for the school bus, for the secondary school, as well as the scheduled buses. Hopkins Homes are contributing substantial amounts, as we've discussed this morning, to both of those services to enhance them. It also leads to Ipswich Road, where the old and new village hall are. It's worth noting that the words of Circular 02/2006 at paragraph 4, which appears at technical note 1 sorry, that's an RE2. Paragraph 2.46 of the following. Quiet lanes are minor rural roads or networks of minor rural roads appropriate for shared use by walkers, cyclists, horse riders and other vehicles. The government say they're appropriate. So by definition, quiet lanes are appropriate for pedestrians and cyclists. In addition, the quiet lanes, so that probably should be capitalised, are clearly appropriate to cyclists under that circular. LTN 120 also makes that same point, which is set out 248 of technical note 1 of RE2. In rural areas, roads up to 30 miles an hour with flows of under 1,000 are suitable for all. Cycle routes, so TN1 at 256 makes it plain that by condition, a route out of the site for cyclists could be provided onto Chapel Road. This was pointed out in where it was in GRU 003. The county in RE3 support the HIT inspector if you do so, and they've done that at 0.7, and so it can be dealt with by condition as we've discussed this morning. No one's disputing that. 0.8, accident data. The updated accident figures have all now been supplied. They don't show any pedestrian accidents at all, in fact. The county, who are the suppliers of this information and most expert in it, have concluded that the additional accidents do not form a cluster and do not have a causation factor that would be likely to be exacerbated by increased traffic flow resulting from this development. Then footpath 20 is the bridle way. There's no request from the county council to make this a bridle way, and they are clearly of the view that the inappropriate is it doesn't connect with other bridle ways. In any event, with all the quiet lanes being perfectly appropriate and safe for cyclists, there's absolutely no need for footpath 20 to become a bridle way. Additional passing bay on Chapel Road, so it's not necessary to have an additional passing bay for 2 extra vehicles in the peak hour, and so I refer you there to technical note 1 at RE2 at 271. Similarly, the professional evidence of the county council is it's not necessary RE3 at answer 10. But so if you could just add, if you take a contrary view to that, it's perfectly possible to have a condition. But it's just the evidence of us and the county is it's not necessary. 11, width of FP20 and the route to Chapel Road. TN1 explains that there will be a 1.5 metre route to Chapel Road, C274 and following. This will be along footpath 20 for most of the route, apart from the far east part, where there will be an informal path of 1.5 metres through the development, because footpath 20 in the far east part may not be able to achieve 1.5 metres. So you'll see that on the ground today. The 12 and 9K contribution, so the £9,000 contribution is included in the section 106 agreement, and so we've never resisted this contribution to give this out there as being appropriate. Bus pass and sustainable transport contributions. Hopkins Homes are contributing very much more substantially to sustainable transport measures than offering bus passes. In fact, as you see, they're contributing 72,300 for the secondary school transport and £100,000 for the bus service contribution for increased frequency. Traffic calming along Park Road is not necessary to reduce speed and site access because it complies with standards without that, because that's not necessary. At the other junctions, the measures for mitigation and improvement are all mentioned above. 15 and 16 quiet lanes, for the reasons set out above and detailed in tables 3, 4 to 3, 6 of TN2, the flows will not go anywhere close to 1,000 on Park Road, Chapel Road or Lower Road. The lanes will not be prejudiced. There is no surprise because the allocation was known about when they were designated as quiet lanes. That's all set out in technical note 1 at 2.92 to 2.96. Accordingly, the point about reducing quantum to keep flows below 1,000 doesn't arise. It would not in any event be a good point because there's no requirement to keep flows below that level in any development management policy. So distances from site to services, so that was set out satisfactorily in TA. The table shows that facilities of the village will be all within at most around 10 to 12 minute walk time, and so that was from the examination sheet of Mr. Evans, the difference between the centre of the site and individual homes is not so significant, as to warrant further express information for each unit, as explained by Mr. Evans. And so you'll obviously be able to get an appreciation of that from your unaccompanied site visit. Policy table, an updated policy table has been done. 19, the routes for cyclists to the village facilities and primary schools been explained above, and is perfectly appropriate as the government sent their own circular 02/2006. That's the Quiet Lanes circular, and LTM, which is the cycling one, 120. So the conclusion on Brookbank's points, in conclusion, all of the Brookbank's points have been answered by professional evidence of Mr. Evans. This has been to the satisfaction of the county and to the satisfaction of Brookbank's RE5, who now accept and they now recommend they're able to recommend identify a course that could be followed in order to allow the application to proceed. This has been accepted by the members of the council who do not offer any evidence against this appeal, even if the ward members have insisted on taking a line contrary to their own council and all the evidence of all the qualified engineers. Third parties. The evidence of the third parties was contrary to all the expert evidence. It was contrary to the evidence of the Highway Authority, Suffolk County Council, who have consistently given expert evidence that the application should not be refused on highway grounds. These are the statutory constitutees whose evidence should be given great weight and only for compelling reasons. There's no such compelling reason. In fact, they offered no professional highway evidence, merely assertions. They didn't appreciate often basic differences as to what is required on a new site accesses and in terms of mitigation at other junctions, i.e. the difference between 110B and 110D of the NPPF. Not only that, did they offer no professional highway evidence to support their assertions, but when they persuaded the council to undertake, at the council's expense, a further independent highway expert report to look at their position, they ignored their conclusions. Brookbanks made it completely apparent that they were dealing with the combined input of a number of residents. So I refer you there to 526 and 527 of the Brookbanks report. And so that is at RE1, so you can look at that at leisure. And those points have been identified through this peer review. However, having considered all these points and had the answers from Mr. Evans and the county, they advised the council, as Brookbanks advised the council correctly, that in professional highway terms, there could be no reason for refusal. The parish council and other objectors giving evidence, having no highway evidence of their own, have rejected without any reason the professional views of Brookbanks, who were instructed to have a further look at their concerns. The reality is that the objections are not based on evidence and fly in the face of the Highways Authority evidence, the professional evidence of canons, and the experts charged with investigating their concerns, Brookbanks. Sorry, and those, they are in fact, I'm not sure what I wanted to say then. Cross that out. Many of the points raised by third parties complain about the location of the development and surrounding narrow roads. This really amounts to a challenge to the local plan allocation, which of course was made in full knowledge of the surrounding network, as Mr. Evans explained in the examination in chief and on page 32 of his proof of evidence. The extremely late criticism of the local plan examination and insinuations that there was a legal error despite them bringing no legal challenge have no merit in this inquiry. If information was really critical and did reveal a ground of challenge and became available late, they could have applied to the court to challenge out of time. The reality is that they really, just as they do not accept any highway evidence that provides the advice they do not like, do not accept the inspector's judgment at the local plan examination that this is a sound allocation. That local plan allocation went through all the correct legal processes, and the inspector specifically considered this allocation. In fact, he considered a considerable number of representations, so that's quote from the local plan inspector. He was clearly not impressed with the representations, even though there were a large number. He concluded that with the policy criteria, it should allow for the appropriate development of the site in terms of pedestrian access, the village services and facilities, provide for affordable housing for older people and for public open space. So, in other words, he concluded it was for the appropriate development of the site. The complaints about removal of trees in Park Road by the widening are not borne out by the actual evidence. This has been carefully studied with the benefit of topographical studies and the updated arboricultural impact assessment addendum. This reveals that the only trees that are proposed to be removed are 44 and 102 on the southeast part of Park Road. These are graded as U, and so when you go to the tables, you could just add tree 102 is dead, and both tree 44 and tree 102 are both assessed as being hazardous. So it's a good reason to remove both of those trees, the dead one and both trees are hazardous. The veteran trees are set back from the widening operations, which are relatively minor, when the last plan, so that's the last plan in that addendum, is what I mean there. And if you turn back a few pages, you can get the sort of landscape tables with all the trees mentioned, and that's where 44 and 102. The veteran trees are set back from the widening operation, which is relatively minor when the last plan in the addendum is looked at in conjunction with 279B. The report expressly concluded that the arboricultural impact of the 278 works is considered to be negligible. Thus, now that the position has been looked at in detail, there's no reason not to have an access on Park Road for arboricultural reasons. This was all considered by the District Council, and they didn't seek to review on this basis. And so there's also condition 38, which we spoke about this morning, where all the technical details are going to be provided for this. So it's perfectly enforceable. 3.51, complaints about the pedestrian network are surprising. The application will improve pedestrian accessibility by providing a route through the development, more than one route actually through the development, perhaps I should say, with appropriate pedestrian accessibility. In addition, the application will bring about improvements to footpath 20, in particular an improvement of the surface of it for the benefit of all pedestrians. There will be a good and safe route to the primary school. As for the reasons explained in the professional evidence from Mr. Evans, the pedestrian safety will be good. In fact, existing residents will have improved pedestrian facilities from the existing situation that Mr. Evans said in the examination sheet and on page 32 and 33 of the proof. In addition, there is no pedestrian accident in the last 5 years, as the evidence showed. Thus, when the evidence was looked at, as opposed to assertion, there could be no ground to refuse on pedestrian safety, which is improved. That is no doubt why all the professionals have reached that view. The cycle route to the primary school is along quiet lanes, which for the very light level of traffic there is, will be suitable for all to use. Mr. Evans responded to the assertions that this is not a sustainable proposal. It is an allocated site which clearly took sustainability into account in the allocation as a matter of policy and law. It's well related to local facilities of the village, the primary school, the pub, the village halls. It provides the electrical vehicle charging facilities and the contributions to public transport, the bus service and the school bus service. It provides enhanced pedestrian facilities by routes through the site and enhancing footpath 20, both of which will not just improve sustainability for future residents, but will benefit existing residents to take more sustainable modes as well. In terms of the other assertions made against the proposal in the bespoke letters, Mr. Evans answered them on page 34. One, in terms of road safety, there is a safe access that complies with standards. The other junctions are improved in safety terms as said above. There's no prejudice to the quiet lanes where flows will still be under 1,000, and so will remain appropriate for pedestrians and cyclists, as well as vehicles and horses. Thirdly, the accident data doesn't reveal any accidents with pedestrians. Fourthly, off-site works result in betterment. The works to footpath 20 are deliverable. So 355, it is highway maintainable at the public expense, and so there is power to agree a 278 Highways Act agreement for Hopkins Homes to do the improvement of the surface. So I don't think that's disputed by anyone. And I can certainly set out the powers if you would like, but I don't think it's disputed, so I don't think it's necessary. It has been agreed with the County Council that connections to the footpath can be made from the site, and his sum has been agreed to pay for any alignment changes if they are desirable. And so you just add that can be conditioned by condition 24 or some other refinement of that along the lines of the county suggestion. Complaints were made about the result of this proposal, slightly increasing the traffic down Lower Road. However, the reality is that the residents gave evidence that there are 703, and I think I got Mr. Open's figure correct, although I think he then said it could be 704, but I don't think we need to worry about that. The 703 households that currently make up the village have been able to use this effectively. In fact, the accident map reveals that for the last 5 years, that for the length of Lower Road, there has not been any accident between the junctions of Lower Road and Chapel Road and Lower Road in the B1079. There are places where cars can pass, even if they are not formal passing places. Mr. Evans said he looked at the ownership plans and concluded that very often the boundaries are set back from the highway carriageway. The evidence of Mr. Evans is that the proposals accord with the local plan policy and national policy on transport. First, national policy, the proposals comply with the NPPF paragraph 105, which seeks to maximise the sustainable transport solutions, making allowance for the rural location. Sorry, and that, as you're familiar, so paragraph 105 makes allowance for the rural location. This site achieves this by, one, being in a good location, accessible to all the facilities of this larger village by foot and by bicycle. Secondly, it makes an appropriate contribution to the bus and school bus provision. Thirdly, it upgrades a footpath 20. And fourthly, it provides new pedestrian routes. It complies with paragraph 111 and would have nothing like severe residual impact on the highway network. This was a professional view of all the highway experts, Mr. Evans, the County Council and clearly Brookbanks. In fact, it provides us fully safe access, combining the standards and improves the safety, in particular of the other two junctions. So the proposal, unsurprisingly, complies with the allocation policy SCLP 1251 and 7.1. Compliance with the settlement pattern, the plan and balance. So I've sort of slightly added to that last issue, characterised. The evidence of Mr. Armstrong was that there is compliance with the settlement pattern by the allocation and development of the site. In fact, the council who had promoted this as an allocation and the inspector who endorsed it as a sound allocation expressly considered the issue. The inspector in his report said, in principle, the scale of the proposed allocation is consistent with the position of Grundisburgh in the settlement hierarchy. The evidence of Mr. Armstrong is that the development accords with the allocation policy 1251 and all the requirements of the development plan, certainly in accordance with the development plan as a whole, and this can be given substantial weight in light of 38.6, and I think that's very consistent with what he said in the examination in chief today, significant or substantial. The position of the council officers who recommended approval and the professional and balanced evidence of Mr. Armstrong was that they considered whether the proposal were in accord with the plan as a whole and the benefits of the proposal by providing new homes and new affordable homes, the economic benefits, the biodiversity benefits, the high quality design and over provision of public open space. They accordingly considered the matter much more fully than the evidence of the third parties. The third parties asserted that they were not NIMBYs, but failed to consider any of the benefits to people outside of the village. The people who would have a market home or an affordable home in the village they chose to live in, or any of the other benefits. They repeated the sheer number of objections was very significant, despite the fact that their own evidence was that Mr. Dow had written the standard letter, which people were provided the text to send in, and despite the warning from Mr. Dunnett, which was in the following terms, and he said, an extensive campaign against the proposals being largely organised by two parishioners, one the chair of the parish council's planning subcommittee, the other an incomer living opposite the proposal, who up till now has not publicly declared a pecuniary interest in thwarting the proposals. Please do not assume that these two assiduous individuals represent the whole village. And then he went on to explain that there were others who thought differently, and so you'll see that whole representation. And so if I could just add a point about Mr. Plant's evidence this morning. Mr. Plant said he loved living in the village. And yet you might think that his whole evidence was then designed to try and prevent 70 extra individuals having the same benefits as he and his family have of being able to live in the village that he loves. The evidence of all of those who were objecting were all people who already have the benefit of a house in a village where they like to live. And the point of this proposal is to enable other people to enjoy the benefits similarly. And that is why all of the public authorities have had to take a slightly wider view of the merits of this proposal, because they have to consider the benefits to people who don't already have the benefits of living in a house in the village. And that's why the county and the district council ultimately have taken a slightly wider view, as has the evidence of Mr. Armstrong. And so then I go to 4.4. When the wider balance is done in a professional and balanced way, there are a number of factors that should be given positive weight. Clearly, the benefit of housing should be given significant positive weight, as should the high quality design and the biodiversity net gain. The significant over-provision of public open space, the highway improvements and pedestrian connectivity and economic benefits should be given moderate weight. These benefits clearly massively outweigh any possible harm to the non-designated strict Baptist chapel, even if there is limited harm. And the position of Mr. Armstrong is that there is in fact no harm supported by this estimate. So all of that paragraph comes from the evidence of Mr. Armstrong. Sorry, I haven't referenced all of the things, but all of the weightings there are Mr. Armstrong's, and I don't think he was asked about any of those weightings. But largely, those benefits were not covered by third parties. Thus, so what we ask you to do is to approve this development, which complies with the development plan, approved without delay in the paragraph 11. The wider planning balance confirms that this should be approved as the officers of the council recommended, and as the professional evidence of Mr. Armstrong demonstrates, and as the council has now recognised by offering no evidence against the proposal and resolving to approve the duplicate application.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ground. That's appreciated. Right. Final matter then is whether there are any costs applications.
No, sir.
Thank you. And from council.
So no, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. In which case, that brings us to the end of this inquiry, and I will conduct the site visit on my own in due course. I'm not sure the sun will let me get there in time today, but I will see what I can do. Before we finish, could I have the attendance sheets for today, please? Also, Mr. Woolner, if you could make sure you can send me a copy of the RAMS SPD or technical note. Thank you.
Yes, certainly will do, sir.
Thank you very much. And as agreed earlier, the signed and completed planning obligation will be sent to the inspector within 10 working days. So by Thursday, the 2nd of December. Okay, thank you all very much for your contributions, particularly to the interested parties who've so resolutely expressed their views and helped me understand local opinion. And thank you also to the council for hosting the inquiry with this blended approach, very much, of a physical event with Zoom interaction, and I think it's been very successful, so thank you very much for that. So the inquiry is now closed at 14:51. Thank you very much, everybody.